Are tonight's entertainment.
That's what she said.
What? Did we just become best friends?
Yep.
Who's scruffy looking?
You're demoted.
Good evening.
Hello, everybody. I guess we lost Jeff. Off to a fantastic start. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Raging Geek Jedi Show.
That was like, that was almost sad. Good
Awkward pause.
Yeah. Okay, who's going to talk first?
Well,
Oh my god. Like, do you talk? Do I talk? Like, who talks first?
yeah.
I couldn't be first.
We were just
Jeff
talking
now.
about Ryan Johnson.
Yeah.
Yep. Subverting expectations. How are we all?
Am I being heard now?
You are.
Oh shit! Look, it works. Fuck you, StreamYard Mobile. Go fuck yourself. Seriously, it's not great. It really isn't.
So Jeff's streaming out of his car, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I am.
Just for tonight's show. He's making it work, people.
I'm doing what I got to do. Yeah. Yeah.
Dedication.
All for you fine people.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Hope everybody's having a good one. You guys doing good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Even Rhino. You
I'm doing okay. My neck's actually getting better. It's still
I was
still a
going to
bit
ask you about that. Yeah.
but it is getting a little bit better. So hopefully we can show a little bit of rage tonight without actually hurting myself.
Yeah. So, Matthias, does that mean I'm Rags?
I was
I get the high?
say you're the new Rags. Yeah.
I'm Rags. It's an honor.
Also, hi, Greg. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You gotta do it right. That's right. I'm glad you did it right like that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I know my EFAP lore.
First of all, by the way, can we say that the thumbnail is just a brilliance tonight? From Greg. I mean, I saw that and I fucking lost my shit. My wife's like, "What are you laughing at?" I'm like, "You gotta look at this."
Bring it up
fantastic.
really quick. Can someone bring it up? I saw it on Twitter and I'm like, I've got to comment on this.
I was like, "Holy shit, this is real." And then I made a for some reason I decided to make a comment that wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but whatever. Well, it was pointed out that it wasn't the greatest comment in the world, but yeah.
I had to point that out. It was a glaring mistake. So
yeah, I got it.
Apollo, I don't think Mara's going to do a handstand. Just to let you know that. That's probably
Not tonight, no, but I am having my sister take a picture of me doing a handstand because there's no way for me to do it on stream the way everything's set up here in my room. So
racism.
now, did you extend the mouth, or is that like his normal mouth opening ability?
That is from the film.
Oh my god!
Well, I didn't clip it directly from the film, but I found it online. It's one of many gifs that are out there featuring him yelling "Ray."
Like, yeah, that's pretty much what I would imagine he was like. His sole purpose in the film was to scream her name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no wonder he's pissed off. I would be too. I'm in the new Star Wars, guys. What are you doing? I just yelled some girls' names.
I don't know why that popped into my head, but it did, and it works.
It's fantastic. It's absolutely.
And can I just point out that we're on episode 24, which is quite incredible. I know we did episode 20. So it's logical that we're at 24, but like, it's still incredible that we're here.
I do have a question.
Guess what the next episode is?
Yeah, I do have a question right now. Are you still taking
25.
those pills? Are you still taking those pills?
Yeah, I still got my red pills.
All right, there you go.
I'm still taking them.
Soul says, "Oh, hey, Megatron."
I swear, yes, I'm not going to make light of the craziness that's happening in Victoria for you right now, but I'm expecting to see on the news a crazy guy going up to a kangaroo saying, "You want to fight?" and saying,
"You want to fight?" trying to slam him forward instead of backwards because I explained why the tail would stop me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like, and I said in the chat when you said that in the full Aussie stream, like the fact that you explained it because you thought of that.
Yeah.
Titanic kangaroo.
Thought,
Yeah.
if I fight a kangaroo, this is how I'm writing it down.
You want to fight? Yeah, subhuman. At least they're not blue pills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah.
Blue pills.
Yeah.
Or blue balls. Yeah, there you go. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Benzo.
Well, blue
Hey,
balls
what's
is
up,
coming
Benzo?
soon. But I can't get any COVID booty, so
I know.
the blue balls will be coming. No, don't worry.
Yeah, imagine if you use Facebook to try and hook up with somebody.
Oh, you're screwed.
Like they'll bust down your door and haul you off by your pecker.
Please tell me that someone in the chat clipped blue balls be coming when we're
If Lyndon's here, he's got it. I'm sure he does.
Yeah, Lyndon, the clip
The
master's
Clip
here.
Master.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Yes, he
Last
is.
night's full Aussie show was actually really a lot of fun. It was
I can't
really
wait to
good.
rewatch it, man. I can't wait. I was in the car, so I couldn't.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm
But we're
excited.
here, and we've got a big show in store. I think we've got a few topics. Do we have a poll? I didn't even.
We
Oh yeah, the
do.
poll.
We
It's
do have a poll.
It's another bitch too.
It's a
It
good
is
one.
kind of a bitch.
Say.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Yeah.
I guess that's the point, right?
Yeah, you don't want to
That
make
is.
Point.
Yeah,
You don't
we're trying to
wanna
make them.
Here.
Real
Harder.
easy.
Oh my god, Sonny and Brave Megatron.
The blue balls are coming. The blue balls are coming.
They are coming. Well, our lockdown's just
No.
been extended to the 26th of October, even though
That's-
things are dropping.
That's
Man,
fucking bullshit.
Yeah, man. Like I woke up and I turned the TV on and it was just a news report,
Mhm.
and it's just been going for ages. They've just been talking about crap. So yeah, no.
No.
I did not see Perry Chan's video on Turkish wrestling, but I did actually watch
Oh,
a Turkish version of Wizard of Oz, and it was. If you've ever been on an acid trip, it feels like that. Watching this thing.
It's Turkish delight.
Like
That wrestling thing was weird.
Yeah, the farm literally looked like a rock quarry where Dorothy lived in this movie.
It's like, do you want to fight? No, I want you to touch my junk. Like what?
Oh my god, clip that. Oh my god.
Yes, Matthias, Turkish oil wrestling is definitely gay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see what this poll is.
Oh, it's a tough one.
this
It's
one's
absolutely tough.
not easy.
It's a doozy.
Did you guys already vote, Greg and Rhino?
I haven't voted yet.
I just voted.
You did?
So this week's poll is Trading Places versus Coming to America. It's an Eddie Murphy day.
Oh my god.
They're both great movies. I love both of those movies. I can watch them any day of the week.
I think I'm gonna
Oh,
go
it's
with
tied.
I'm gonna go with Coming to America.
Oh my, yeah, Coming to
I'm
America.
going with Coming to America just purely for the barber shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but before you
Oh,
vote,
man.
let me say this.
Here we go.
Jamie Lee Curtis's tits.
Jamie Lee Curtis tits. I was gonna say.
Yeah, I understand.
Jamie Lee Curtis tits.
Why do you think I voted
And
for it?
Mortimer and God, what's the other guy's name in Trading Places? They actually have
We get
a
to see
cameo.
Coming to America.
In Cameo, yeah, where he hands him
Yeah.
money. Like, we're back, Mortimer.
You get to see
Yeah.
tits in Coming to America when he gets the crown jewels cleaned.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah.
They might not be, famous tits, but they're still tits.
Famous tits.
That's true.
It's not Family Jewels, it's the royal
I'm
penis.
still going Coming to
Yeah,
the royal
America.
penis,
is
yes.
clean, Your Highness. Yeah.
Yes, the
Coming
royal
to
penis
America
is clean.
my pick.
Randall,
it's a land
Subhuman
spot
has
at
it.
Randolph, yes.
Yes.
Randolph and
okay, yeah.
Mortimer.
There you go.
The $1 bet.
Boobs matter.
Hashtag boobs matter. Correct.
If they don't, then
Well,
what are we
they-
fighting
they-
for people.
Yeah. It's just, what's the point?
It's Coming to America's running away with this one. Wow. Jeez.
I picked that one. I love that movie.
Yeah, me too.
I love both of them. It's
I
just
like both of
difficult.
them.
Wait till next week's poll too, you guys.
Yeah, the barber shop, we've got to get Tom Connors to do his Eddie Murphy in
I
that whole
thought
scene.
I honestly
He does a great
thought-
Eddie Murphy impression.
See, I don't like Arsenio Hall. I like Dan Aykroyd. So
I thought we were going to do Raiders. Sorry, not Raiders. Temple of Doom versus Back to the Future 2.
hey, don't be spoiling our future
don't
polls.
spoil the
God damn
future
it.
polls, man.
I thought that was going to be this week because we said that because of last week's poll.
That's
Sorry,
what you get for missing staff meetings.
He was in that staff meeting. Don't let him lie to you.
No. See, what you have to ask Greg is, did you get the memo?
Yeah.
Memo.
No, there's no such thing. Anyway.
Oh, hey, Will, Jen.
Oh my god.
Hey, Will. Who we got in the chat? We got Runner, we got Apollo, we got the Senate's here, Benzo, Subhuman.
Just let your soul go.
Yes.
Damn right, Benzo.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Trey. Nice.
Ooh, yeah, God, it's 8-3 already on the poll.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it's.
Ooh.
I kind of was.
Soul Assassins in the house.
Senate's here.
No one.
No.
No. Now.
Jeez.
Now one.
Yeah, I really thought about watching Mulan the other day when I found that free copy. I guess I won it or found it on the floor, not sure, but I did have a free copy. But
Is anyone honestly interested in seeing that movie?
Which
I
one?
wanted to see it
movie?
just
Not
to
me.
shit on it.
Mulan.
That's all I wanted to
Oh
do.
no. I mean, I didn't exactly go into this article, but I pulled up an op-ed piece I saw right before going live on my stream. Of, like a Chinese American woman excoriated it pretty much, like she hated it.
It's
But
so-
you remember, Ghost of Tsushima was fucking terrible though. But all these white blue checkmark fuckers are like, Mulan good. But what about Ghost of Tsushima?
Yeah.
Mulan is not asshole.
Yeah, but like you have like the demographic. This woman, like a Chinese American, like literally the demographic you want to be like, at least gear this movie towards is saying that this movie promotes the communist ideals of the Chinese government.
That's crazy.
And, like she does have kind of a left-leaning approach to her op-ed piece, but like she points that out. Like where a cartoon itself is basically Mulan going against conformity, just conformity. She doesn't want to be forced into a marriage. She doesn't or arranged marriage or anything like that. She wants to be independent. She wants to be able to make her own choices. That's like just the gist of Mulan.
Well,
In this case, it kind of
have you all seen the clip, that ending clip of how she kicks the arrow?
I've seen more than just one.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lethal said not to show it because he got claimed on your.
Did he really?
Yeah, he got on full.
serious?
He had to remove it. Yeah, he had to remove it or do something.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I just look at that and I just think, superhero power activate. Like, it's honestly corny as shit. For something that was so praised and everything as an animation, and the kids love it and all of this kind of stuff, to do what I honestly don't get it, and how they can think that something like that's going to be seen as good or
how's it even going to go over well, especially when you had the lead actress siding with the Hong Kong police and the Chinese government, and then monitoring the protesters, and then to have a movie where a Chinese American woman is literally saying it promotes the ideals of the Chinese government. I'm like, smart move, Disney. Go with that. And then it's supposed to be a movie that's relatively grounded in reality, relatively, and you're supposed to believe that she can kick an arrow into a guy.
That's a hell of an aim,
No kidding.
Basically,
being able just to size it, just to make contact with the arrow as it's in flight, but to not only do that, but to actually deflect it back into the dude without tumbling the arrow. So it had to be the perfect kick.
Yeah.
And just really, she's super Mulan. Yeah, she's super Mulan.
Yeah, she's the article says she's a soul assassin. She's a naturalized American citizen. So I don't think so unless that writer is wrong. She was not born in the state.
Okay. China powers activated.
Yeah. So
Did you see the intro to Last Night's Full Aussie?
I love that intro.
So did I.
Love it.
Oh,
That was
the
awesome.
asshole. China's
Yeah.
asshole.
Can we
That
play
was
it?
good.
Can we play that?
Play it.
And man,
I
it
assume
goes
so.
for 2 minutes. It's surely that's not right. Like
2 minutes.
yeah,
I think he
Lethal
said he cut it though.
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
Lethal sent me the cut clip if you want me to play that, but
It's
Yeah,
probably
do that.
better that we
Yeah,
play
I mean-
that because if I play this, like it's 2 minutes, I'll have to cut it off at some point. So it's the cut one's better.
Really quickly, something else about Mulan I wanted to say is that I saw a few more clips on Twitter that I laughed so hard on a few of them. I think I was still talking to you, Greg, last time I watched a couple of them, but these actors that have come in, I swear they told them to act the worst they've ever acted in a fucking film in their life because some of these actors are good actors, and then in a scene you're like, my dog could have done a better job than that. What are you doing? Did you even learn your line? Or you like just? It's like they were remembering their lines as they talked out a sentence. I'm like, okay, it's just
They were probably writing the shit as they went.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. It's they probably had Paul Feig on set. Yeah.
It's like, how can we make this female character even more like just powerful? Show her. I just don't like the whole kicking of the arrow thing.
Hey, Steven.
It's like, seriously, are we really going there now? Are we going to make it so unbelievably out of the realms of possibility that it's like with the Leia Poppins scene? I know I always bring everything back to Star Wars, but it's like you've got to have this suspension of disbelief, and you just can't in an instance like that.
Oh, Trey, I agree 100%. The Mufasa death in The Lion King took all of the emotion out of it from the animated film. It's like, hey, look, it's two lions, and one's looking at a dead body. That's it.
But is there any, like, isn't the animated one like a bit of a musical thing as well?
Yeah.
And I've heard that there's no musical bits to this movie.
Oh, no. No, and I've literally seen articles saying that it's better without Mushu and any of the music. It's like, are you high right now? Or are you just waiting for your big fat check? Or are you on your knees already?
Yeah, but it's just, this is the thing, you can't trust those people. It's just like the whole John Boyega thing. You know, there were people ages ago saying, oh, Finn's character development works in the story. It's supposed to be that way. It's good, you know, blah, 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 blah. And then when John Boyega comes out and says all of this, it's like, yeah, his story arc really didn't make sense. Fucking, oh my God. It's fucking 6 months ago,
back and make new videos,
you were saying this.
Explaining what they really meant and that they really were on his side the whole time.
I want to play the clip, but I don't want to exactly dox whatever DMs I'm in. And I can't. I'm trying to right click on it to copy the link or something and tweet it and tag you guys, but it's not letting me do it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe like when Lethal comes on, you can have him play it.
I'll send a message to Lethal and ask him to send it to me and see if I can do
Mara,
it.
if you Google real quick, save Twitter video, you could save the video probably. Well, actually, no, if it's from a DM, I don't think you can do that. Never mind. Because it has to be an actual public tweet, I think, that you have to save. So
yeah, it's not letting. It's not
full screen the video.
So you will.
I full screened it, but then I can't. I had to take it off full screen to go share my screen, and then I don't do that and go to full screen.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that.
Yeah, we don't want to see yours and Lethal's dirty talk.
Hopefully
it's just talk.
Lethal comes on and shares it himself. So
no, but Jeff, I don't think you have to worry about too many more Disney live action films for a while. And maybe they'll take this as an opportunity to learn from their mistakes. So, do they have any else that were teed up before the lockdowns occurred?
I swear,
I'm not sure.
They were working on. Oh yeah, they're doing that.
See you, Will.
Cruella de Vil prequel with Emma Stone.
Oh god,
they're doing that. They're doing a whole other live action.
Don't do prequels.
No, I mean look at Angelina Jolie's film.
Lost Jedi 22.
God.
Yeah.
What was that one she did?
I was quoting you. Don't do prequels.
Oh yeah,
that's your saying.
What else? Like, I know there was some news that there was like another one they were working on. People were like, "No,
yeah, Mara, you're right."
But I can't remember what it was.
Let me see if I can find the thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's like Aladdin. It's like Aladdin and the Lion King, isn't it? They should never have done those. They were horrible in comparison to
absolutely terrible.
the animated stuff.
Senate's a sadist.
Yeah, I know. But like another one they like revealed that they were planning to do. People were like, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever."
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see if I can.
They should have stopped the Jungle Book.
Well, thing is these aren't easy. These aren't cheap to produce either. So, and I just don't understand the point of it. A lot of them, like this one, okay, it's live action. The other one, what was the one that came up here? Lion King. It was still all animated. It was just a different animation style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but it's still animated. It's not like they were like fucking real lions and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Okay, Pinocchio.
Oh gosh, that's
Bambi.
Holy fuck, dude.
Bambi to be determined. The Little Mermaid to be determined.
What?
Oh god damn it!
Yeah,
I want them to do Bambi and like shoot a doe on screen. Just have show Hunter just blow away Bambi's mom.
Yeah, if your kids weren't traumatized enough from the cartoon, watch us do it in real life.
So, how would you do a live action Robin Hood? Like, would you have someone dress up as a furry? You know?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
That would be
Peter Pan. They're actually doing
they've done live actions of these though.
Yeah, I know. But there's one to be determined called Tink. So you're following Tinkerbell.
Oh no.
Little Mermaid too.
Oh really?
The Sword and the Stone.
Pinocchio.
Rose Red, aka it's Snow White, pretty much.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
One about Prince Charming from Cinderella.
Mm-hmm.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. And they already did the Aladdin sequel. So those are the ones that have not been made yet that are still to be determined. So I don't know if they are scrapped or not, but that's the list.
Robin Hood.
I'm curious. Did either any of you guys see things like Hansel and Gretel,
Oliver?
that one with Jeremy Renner in it, and the
Witch Hunters one? I like that's like a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah, and what about like Jack the Giant Slayer, the one with the Jack and the
that at the theater. Yeah,
Jack and the Beanstalk one. See those ones that are adapted and they're made a little bit more maybe gory, or like even the Hansel and Gretel one had that little bit of what was it thriller you could say to them, or something a bit more like that. I didn't mind those. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Hansel and Gretel. The Witch Hunters or whatever. The one with Jeremy Renner and
okay, yeah.
What's her name?
Emma, what's her name?
Bring up that clip again, Jeff. Greg, sorry. So this is still the 2 minutes, but I got to where I think Lethal clipped it from.
It was the clip is the clip itself is like 43 seconds. So
yeah, but I loved it. It was great. This is it.
Yeah.
Don't trust China. China is asshole. Don't trust China. China is asshole. Trust China. China is asshole. Don't trust China. Don't trust China.
Chinese asshole.
Trust China. China is asshole.
Don't trust China.
Oh god, complete with friggin' Winnie the Pooh.
Oh my god.
And this is where I think he faded it out.
Yeah, about here. Yeah.
Oh god.
That's about it.
Oh
Yeah.
Right.
Chinese
asshole.
The Mickey Mouse from the South Park on there. Huh?
There was another one here too. Hold on, what's this one?
You little bastards.
Yeah, and there's and also like the guy who interviewed the guy saying don't trust China, China is asshole, was like arrested in Australia during one of those, I guess, planned protest events, and he's there as a journalist, and he has like he had a permit to be there, and there's video of him like being arrested, like they have him on the ground on his stomach, and like they're handcuffing him.
Jesus.
Mm.
The hell? He's a national hero.
Yeah, I'm gonna say he's a national treasure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
International treasure.
Yeah, I mean, he should be on money. Like
Yeah.
his face.
I know.
Instead of like in God We Trust, China is asshole.
Yeah, pretty much.
China is asshole, and King Shark is a shark.
He was just saying, I love it. Yeah.
Send in SEAL Team 6 and get him out of there.
Rescue him.
Or 7.5 or 6.5. One of them.
Yeah.
Whichever that'll work.
Help me.
Senate. Jesus. Oh, hey, Daniel.
Victoria's asshole.
Somebody could take that clip of that guy and dub it over where he says Victoria's asshole. I would give you.
I want somebody to put our faces over the top of it.
Oh, please.
Like mine, Lyndon and Lethal's, and like every time he flashes up, it's one of our faces. I need a Perry Chan. I need a Perry Chan.
Yes. So people, let's add him until he gets it done.
Yeah.
Well, Mara, you've become an expert at that face app.
Yeah, she has actually.
Well, that I don't think I could do that with the video. It's like through the app itself, and I don't know how to upload the video. What you can search GIFs and you can upload your own pictures or whatever GIFs from your phone, but
okay,
I don't know. The tenant's asking what's the name of the video. I guess he's going to try his hand at it.
It's called. It's just type in China is asshole. It comes up as the top one. Seriously, it really is. It's the top one. Let me bring it up.
Oh, Senate says, "Give me a new computer, and I'll be your Perry Chan."
It's called Don't Trust. It's called Don't. It's called Don't Trust China. China is asshole remix music video.
Go fund me for the Senate.
It's got 211,000 views.
I believe it.
Let's do it. Go fund me for the Senate. New computer is asshole.
You got to clip out that bit. Like, there's no point doing it to the whole 2 minutes. Like, get that beginning bit.
Exactly.
Well, we need to raise the funds, build the computer, and then when we set up all the software, we can lock him out of it. So like every one of his like Windows alerts is China is asshole.
Get a text message. Just China is asshole. I got a message.
Yeah. I'm gonna make that a ringtone.
Yeah, don't
That's
trust
a great
China.
idea,
You're walking through the supermarket and your phone starts ringing. Don't trust China. Chinese asshole. Walking past these kids, especially in my area, it's so multicultural. I'll probably be walking past some Chinese people, and my phone will go off. Don't trust China, Chinese asshole. Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm not a racist. I'm really not.
Oh my god.
Oh, funny.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom. How you doing, man?
Hey, Tom. Thanks for hanging out with me the other night while I got drunk for 4 hours. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and thanks again to Tom for having us on the other night. That was
amazing. That was fantastic.
Amazeballs.
Yeah. Being over Robert Meyer Burnett that was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom is super fun to talk to, man.
And
his knowledge is ridiculous.
I think Robert kind of alluded to us on FNT. He was talking about, being on streams with random people, and he's never met anyone that was terrible. And I guess that's a compliment if you.
That is.
There you go.
Yeah, we're not terrible. Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Yay!
That was a fun stream.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. What were we going to talk about? Like, what was on the thumbnail? There was so much on the thumbnail, I can't even remember what some of the things were that we had on there.
The only one, the thing I remember was the racism one.
Other than the
racism. Yeah, that would be the first article, I guess, would be the John Boyega stuff.
Let's do it. Let's get straight into it.
You're excited to get into this topic? I don't understand why, but okay.
Excitement. That's the wrong word.
I wouldn't say excitement's the right word to use. I'd say a little bit over it, to be honest.
Babu Frick was treated mistreated behind the scenes. That's the next one to come out. Sweet. Babu Frick expose.
People kept fucking stepping on him.
Hi, Babu Frick.
Yeah, this is the John Boyega.
Hey, Babu!
This is John
in the theater when he showed up, and I was like, "Oh my god, why didn't he die?" That's what I said.
Go for it, Greg.
John Boyega blasts Disney after minority cast was pushed to the side in Disney's Star Wars sequels. Now, we've talked about it on different streams already, so I don't think too many people are unaware of this article, but basically he went on to say that, his character was pushed to the side and that they had plans for Oscar and they had, plans for Daisy's characters and Adam's characters, but not his, and basically came out and said, if you're going to cast market the thing as having a black actor in it, you can't sideline the character.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, they did market it in a way because he was in the teaser, and he was the trailer had him igniting the lightsaber. So they marketed in a way for his character to be more important than he actually became. So to defend what he's saying, I can see where he's coming from because of that. Where at least they'll point out on the full Aussie that he had more screen time, or he had more screen time than Adam Driver. But screen time is not automatically equal character development or story.
Correct. That's the point that I was trying to make.
So his screen
yes.
So his screen time is literally from The Force Awakens to The Last Jedi went nowhere. He was kind of a running gag, and he was put in place by Rose Tico for most of the film in The Last Jedi. And
but also for him to say that they knew what to do with these other characters is incorrect, because they didn't know what to do with the other characters. I think for a better way of him putting it, he should have said they put more attention on trying to develop these characters more than developing my character. And I see that. I mean, we see that. They definitely tried to put more into Rey and Kylo, especially in the Rise of Skywalker. God, than they did for Finn throughout, at least 2 of the 3 movies. Screen time, it's like you're saying, screen time doesn't equate to story development, and that's where I think he's sort of coming from with it. Now, I do agree with Lethal on the fact that if this whole Black Lives Matter movement thing wasn't happening, he'd probably, whether or not he'd be saying this differently, but I don't think he'd be saying a lot of it at all. It's the race card that he's playing, and he's using that. But what I was trying to say, sorry, just quickly, just to finish up last night was, even though he's using this to play a race card, it doesn't mean that what he's saying wasn't true. Yeah. And he's still throwing Disney under the bus, and it still validates the fans that were saying this all along and everything. But again, the thing that I hate is the reporters that come out, when the movies came out going, oh, it made sense for Finn's character to do this, and it made sense for Finn's character to do that, and then he comes out and says this, and those exact same reporters are now going, oh, they really did throw that character under the bus, but hold on a second, 2 years ago you were sitting there praising it, you fucking retard. Anyway, sorry, somebody else.
Character makes sense. No, jelly juice bag and falling around like a fucking bubbling retard.
The thing is, Lethal, that he is a protagonist. May not be the main one, but he was marketed as one of the main ones in the film. Because you have, if you think about the original trilogy, you have 3 main protagonists: Luke, Han, and Leia. There really was not one protagonist, one main one among the 3. They were each one central
equal
to the story.
Yeah.
And the same thing holds true with the prequel trilogy, and that is Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Padme. To an extent, I would say Palpatine for obvious reasons, but these were the 3 that you followed, much like with the original trilogy. So you would think that if they're following that formula with the sequel trilogy, you would have 3 main protagonists. And he was marketed as one of those 3, especially in the teaser trailer and the first trailer that came out for Force Awakens. So, like I said, to play devil's advocate, to be fair, they did market him as having a more important part to this story than it ultimately ended up being. Is he using the BLM movement and this whole situation that protests are happening? Yes. I think Ray Fisher's doing the same thing. He's equal opportunity using these protests to his advantage to draw attention to what he's saying. But at the same time, it doesn't invalidate exactly everything that he's saying. Could he have worded it differently? Yes. Could he? I would say he was sidelined to a point because he was running joke in The Last Jedi. He was a janitor. He's a stormtrooper that defected from the First Order. And what was his job in the First Order? He was a janitor.
Sanitation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like Warrior Jedi in the trailer, like somebody said.
Yeah.
You know, sanitation.
Look,
janitor,
we've all had
idiot in the
jobs. We've all had jobs where someone else got the fucking promotion. We've been pissed off, and we'll make up reasons for it and whatever. I don't think it was racism. I think they were idiots. I think the Chinese promotion or lack thereof was racism, but I don't think. I think they're just idiots that didn't know what to do, and they had the classic characters, the new characters, and they didn't have a consistent creative team that had a vision, and they just fucked up his character. But I don't think it was racism. I think right now he is very emotional about everything going on in the world, and I think it's letting him. He's letting it affect his statements on stuff like this, and like Tom said the other night on his stream, he's probably using that card to not give a fuck about his confidentiality agreement. So, because he shouldn't be saying some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, if he ever wants to work for Disney, he certainly shouldn't be. But I don't think, as big as a paycheck could be, I don't even think he would want to go back based on what he's saying. That bit where he says it was a good experience, and he goes, "Fuck that! I'll sort of say that when it was a good experience." You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Like, there is still truth to what he's actually saying here.
Yeah.
It's still essentially throwing Disney under the bus. And yes, they were trying to. We're diverse. That's what they were trying to do. It's a feminist. The Force is female, and guess what? We're going to have a diverse cast. That's what they wanted, right?
Yeah.
And that's where John Boyega's point is, well, that's where they promoted it. They wanted me in there because of the color of my skin, right? And then instead of actually developing the character that actually had some potential, they did just brush me to the side.
They check the box and move on. Yeah.
There is truth to what he's saying, despite the fact that he might be flashing the race card because of the climate of the world that we're in right now.
I just want to say, yes, to Lethal's point, yes, they didn't know what to do with the OG characters. They basically trotted them out to put butts in seats. That's it. That's all they did. So, and as to what you said about Vader's grandson, I think they even sidelined him because the focus for the entirety of the trilogy was Rey. The mystery surrounding Rey. Who is Rey? And she's the bestest Jedi ever. And they had no idea what to do with any of the other characters other than to prop up Rey Palpatine.
Yeah.
So they sidelined every character other than her.
Correct.
Yes.
I would even argue that they sidelined her a lot, because the whole idea of screen time. Well, if they're on screen, doesn't mean their character's getting developed. Like him in John Boyega's case, or Finn, he was the sidekick for the journey for a lot of his quote unquote screen time. He was palling around with somebody else that was kind of the lead. Even when he was with Rose.
Jedi,
yeah, when he was with Rose, it was like Rose was kind of leading him around. It wasn't like him leading her.
That's true. Yeah, he was falling around like an idiot. Yeah.
Even with the new character in Rose, he was the sidekick character. But I don't think Rey even got development. Basically, no characters were developed in the course of these sequel trilogies, pretty much at all. So they didn't develop the new ones, and they shit all over the old ones. That's the two lessons, the two themes of the sequel trilogy, and that's what it comes down to. And I don't think it's race. I think it's just incompetent writing.
Yeah, and the court jester may get more time with the king than some of his lords, right?
So he's still the jester.
Exactly.
And so and Lethal's comment, "We don't care," John Boyega. I'm not forgiving him for what he was saying. I'm not forgiving him at all. I'm just saying I can see the point where he's coming from. Do I agree with everything he's saying? No, but I can see where he's coming from, and could he have worded it differently? Absolutely. He could have worded it much better.
But he also mentions the nuance stuff. I don't think he knows what nuance means, because there was no nuance throughout this entire movie. They didn't give any to Daisy. They didn't give any to Adam Driver. Would
you say there's no nuance?
Correct. No nuance.
How much is new?
Also, if a character like Rose roasts his nuts and then he follows her around a whole fucking movie after she almost fucking kills him.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What are you doing, dude? Just why don't you throw out the airlock for fuck's sake after doing that?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Open airlock.
That's me.
That's your job.
They had no idea what to do with any of the characters, but there was a feminist agenda from the get-go, especially with Kathleen Kennedy at the helm. They wanted to focus on, instead of on the formula of 3 main characters, a trio, like much like the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, a lot of the attention was on Rey. But even then, no idea what to do with her because she had no hero's journey, nothing. It's like because she's Palpatine's daughter, she had the Force, so that automatically means she can use the powers without any training because they have no idea how the Force works. And basically just her journey of commandeering everything that came before her. Anakin's lightsaber, the Millennium Falcon from Han, Poe's droid BB-8, like nothing she has is hers, other than the clothes on her back that she literally wears the same thing for 3 movies.
Let's not forget that as far as the trio goes, if you consider it's Rey, Finn, and Poe was supposed to die in the very early into the first one, so like Poe sticking around probably did in fact rob a bit of story away from John that Finn's character would have had Boyega been. It could have been Finn getting his face slapped by Leia. I mean, what an honor.
Yeah.
Poe.
No.
Poe.
No, Poe. I like that. That works. Like had they killed his character as they intended to, he might have gotten a little bit more development because, the main 3 characters, one is not a protagonist, he's, the antagonist in the movie, and that's Kylo Ren or Crybaby Ren. Kyle Ben, or whatever horrible nickname you want to give him. But that ultimately, I don't think it's about race. I think he's making it about race because it gets him some publicity and it allows him to shoot his mouth off about stuff he was pissed off. His character didn't get. It's like Ray Fisher. Basically, didn't like the fact that his character got axed through most of Justice League. Was probably very pissy about it and was winding up the chain of command. And the chain of command told him to go fuck himself.
Yeah.
Because they'll do whatever they want. It's their movie, and they're going to cut it the way they want. Well, Ray Fisher likes Zack Snyder because Zack Snyder was going to include him in the movie, and this is basically his big break. So of course he's going to like Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder was going to give him a whole bunch of screen time, and versus Joss, cut all of his screen time.
Cut him out.
So he's butthurt. Like beyond that, I don't believe it. Like I don't think. Like Joss Whedon and Jeff Johns are like wonderful people by any stretch of the imagination, but like really abuse, like what were they smacking around on the set, or they just didn't? He didn't get what he wanted.
Yeah,
he was disappointed. It wasn't what he thought it would be, and it's not the big break that he was hoping for. Well, yeah I get it. You're disappointed.
Yeah.
And you don't need to use social media to do this.
But Daisy's disappointed that she didn't get any roles after Star Wars, so they're all disappointed
because there was a COVID outbreak or anything like that. Come on.
Well, and she still got ABC, and she still has roles. It's just she's not going to be. I don't see her as like a main, the headlining actress in any title. She can be a fine like character actress, do bit roles here and there, smaller roles. Supporting characters. I don't see her as a leading draw to a movie theater. I don't see people going, I'm going to go see that movie because Daisy Ridley's in it. Yeah. And she wanted Star Wars to kind of elevate her to that, Harrison Ford status. And it's like Harrison Ford went from Han Solo then right basically into Indiana Jones. Like, I don't think you could possibly get a better follow-up franchise than that. Like you're going from the biggest franchise to the next biggest franchise. That's
even without
a rare thing.
I still think Harrison Ford would have done a lot better because of his charisma and his talent. She is not that talented. I don't think she's that great of an actress. I don't think she has charisma. I just think she just stands with her mouth hanging wide open, and that's all we get. And it's just It's
In
she
5
doesn't
years,
stand out.
It
She doesn't stand
not.
out.
Yeah.
She's just plain.
does.
5
She's
years
plain.
from now, she'll be doing Jane Austen adaptations. Let's just admit it.
Yeah.
She'll get
won't be
work,
getting the
but
roles that she wants
she's
to
not
get.
a lead. No.
No, she'll end up getting TV parts and maybe some like bigger series on TV, or she'll get some pilot for series or something on TV. But she's not going to get big roles like that. It's not going to happen.
Mm-mm.
It just doesn't. I mean, people were saying that in the Agatha Christie adaptation she was in, Murder on the Orient Express, that she was really, really fucking bad in that. And I mean, if you're going to put her in with that big of a cast and that good of an acting squad right like that, and she can't kind of be on that level, then there's no way she's going to be in another movie with that kind of a cast, A-list cast like that. They're not going to put her in that stuff. They're going to put her in B roles in maybe some higher budget movies, but she's going to get smaller parts now. She can't do that. Yeah, she's not an actor. She's not that good of an actress. She doesn't have it.
Tom, I hope you weren't back there very long. I didn't see you until.
No,
I
that's all right. I
down.
just hopped in because originally because Lost Jedi sent me. Yeah, Greg sent me. Whose channel am I on today? We're
on the Geek Blends, but he's away, so I'm running the StreamYard.
Yes. Okay, so you're okay. So Greg sent me so he sent me the DM, but I'm like, oh well, I got a few other things going on, but I haven't heard back yet, so I'll hop in here for at least a little bit, if not.
Cool.
It's good to have you.
You been hearing what we've been talking about?
Somewhat, yeah. Like, I mean, I know this is some of the stuff we talked about, I think, the other day too, but yeah.
I just just back to these two, like Boyega and Ray Fisher, like the fact that they're using the race card to essentially put this out there, I think is a bad thing, especially again in the climate that we're living in right now. But again, especially with the John Boyega stuff, I still don't think it takes away too much from what he's actually saying. There is still so much truth in what he's saying. The way he's using it and the time that he's bringing it out and the reasons why he's bringing it out, his own narrative. But I just, like, again, threw Disney under the bus. The fans were right. Now, you've got the mainstream media or the access media that were saying that it all made sense when it first came out. All you guys are just man babies sitting in your parents' basement crying, and we're going to drink your tears, right? And then when he comes out and says, no, it really was fucking bad, right? I'll say it was good when it was fucking good. They gave all the story, and again, he could have worded it a little bit better. But at the end of the day, he was, and now you got them coming out and going, "Oh, it was actually really bad." Well, go fucking suck a dick. You were basically sitting there defending it the whole time.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it's just the double standards of it all. I've got to stay relevant, so I better agree with what he's saying now.
No, I think you're hitting both sides of it pretty well there. The one side of it is, he's using this at a period in a time to kind of push his narrative out there, as you put it. But at the same time, he's confirming and telling everybody out there how things really are. And I mean, he even says flat out, like JJ wasn't supposed to fix your shit. And I mean, he is right, even though you guys argued the point of, they didn't really figure out what necessarily to do with Daisy and Adam, but at the same time, he did really get screwed over, and where that falls back to, again, always falls right back to what Kathleen Kennedy and Rian Johnson did with The Last Jedi. That is the key moment where everything went sideways. No matter what you feel of The Force Awakens, there was still enough of a platform there to build on. And when that basically was just torn down and destroyed in the process, there was nothing left. I mean, it was already a faulty tower to begin with, but once you're getting to this point of Rise of Skywalker, I've even said it myself. I don't blame JJ for that movie. I mean, I think it's shitty that Disney didn't use Trevorrow's script, but at the same time, what was JJ supposed to do on that? But at the same time, I also have to turn around and say it's his fault, because he could have done all 3 movies. Kathy asked him to. Now, that doesn't mean he wouldn't have met resistance and been told to do certain things from certain parts of the, certain parts of the studio. Don't get me wrong. But in the end, do I feel like we would have gotten as shitty of a trilogy? Not really.
No.
I think it'd have been like a 6 or 7 out of 10. You would have been like, yeah, it's not as good as the other ones, but it could have been a lot fucking worse. It was nice to see the old people back together again. Shitty we lost Han Solo in the first movie, but we could chalk that up to Harrison Ford saying, I'm not coming back unless you fucking kill me.
I'm not coming back. I gotta
You've got to kill me so that you can never ask me to come back. That's what he wanted.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, like all this shit mixed up in a blender, you're right. There's two sides to the same thing with the Ray Fisher story. He's giving everybody more than enough information that we need to go, oh, well, we knew that's all along. But then, he's supposedly been giving resistance to Warner Brothers when it comes to getting any information out of him on this investigation. So they just threw their hands up in the air and said, fuck it, there is no more, we're done. And then he gets pissy with them. Well, and then he tries to show the proof, and all the proof shows is that he didn't, kind of what they were saying. It's kind of a he said, she said, but at the same time, it's what's the real truth here? I mean, we're kind of getting two sides of the story, but it's kind of not looking like it's as bad as what the said person who brought on the original, I don't see the racism aspect of it so much, other than I believe, let me put it this way, Ray Fisher, don't see the racism. I just see a young guy who doesn't understand the business, who doesn't know how to work with directors and other actors. On the side with Boyega, though, he's actually been in the business a little bit. I see where he's coming from with the racism thing, because he did get treated that way with the whole China business. And I mean, there's blatant shit here where he has a reason and a right and a rhyme to say this shit, because then look at Last Jedi. He was stuck with Rose Tico. And then what do they do with him in Rise of Skywalker? They stick him with the token black lady. It was exactly like that fucking episode of South Park where everybody was trying to set up Token with that black, or Cartman was obsessed. Was setting up Token with that just because that's what these guys
it was.
South Park knew it. They knew it. So I believe on the Boyega side of things, he has a little bit more to stand on. Now, whether or not using this time period as the time to bring this up, that's kind of up in the air. I mean, then you gotta bring in his politics, which the politics get messy, because the funny thing about his politics is the things that he talks about in his politics don't line up with what he's pissed off about when it comes to Disney so much more. Is he's getting there like some of these other people are, but they're not quite over that hump yet of realizing, wait a minute, it's you guys that are making us the token black people. It's you guys that are making the token Asian characters. It's you guys that are making the token gay characters. It's you guys who are doing all the race swapping and force diversifying these characters and making them unlikable just through your agenda, instead of just giving us likable, decent characters.
Yeah.
Just,
and Warner's has gone out of their way with Fisher to do everything he wanted. Hey, I want to talk to the top guy.
Exactly.
I want an independent investigator. And then he got on Zoom with him and he hung up on him because of some paranoid conspiracy theory. So I would tell him to fuck off at this point.
Well,
the guy has
three credits
to his name.
I actually see a difference between Ray Fisher and John Boyega in the scenarios that they're in. They're both using these scenarios for their own personal agendas, right? But in saying that, Ray Fisher hasn't really got much to stand on. Whereas with what John Boyega is saying, there's evidence, there's obvious proof to support what he's actually saying.
Right. I don't remember them making Cyborg a smaller character on the Justice League poster, for instance.
Exactly.
I mean, if somebody can send me some proof of that somewhere, I'll agree with Ray Fisher has something to stand on. But I don't see anywhere in Ray Fisher's arguments where his race had anything to do with the problems that he had. All I hear is they didn't go with what I wanted to do with the character. You're a first-time fucking actor, dude. What the fuck do you think is going to happen? You're in a third-tier character. Nobody knows you, and you're lucky to be in this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Especially when you're considering that you got Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Aquaman each having had successful movies.
Exactly.
And if you honestly want to talk about characters being cut out of movies, go to Clone Wars Season 7, the middle episodes where the Asian male character got taken out for those two female characters, and they didn't even tell him that he was dropped from the show.
Yeah.
They didn't even tell the voice actor that he was dropped from the show.
That's just one token being a higher value token than the other.
This is the way I'll put it. I'll give Ray Fisher this. I'll believe him if he says that Joss Whedon's an asshole. I'll believe him. If he says Jeff Johns is an asshole, I'll believe him. If he says Walter Hamada's an asshole, I'll believe him. But if he sits there and wants to say all these guys are racists, I'll have a hard fucking time swallowing that pill.
Show me proof of that.
Yeah.
Because there's a big difference there. I see somebody who feels like they're very entitled to a lot of shit that they're nowhere near in their status of where they are as an actor. Now, Boyega, on the other hand, I have a feeling that, like they even said, there was a scene that was cut that insinuated he was force sensitive, and that's why he was drawn to Ray or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like now, if that's the truth, and JJ was setting all this shit up, and even though it did get kind of shoved in there last minute in JJ's version, which, like I said, what is he supposed to do at that point? He's got to basically remake another movie plus do a last movie. So
he had to basically do a whole new trilogy in one movie.
I can see where Boyega's saying. They told me I was going to be this Jedi. I was basically the second lead in this show. Technically third lead, I guess you could look at if you want to consider Adam Driver the second lead. But regardless, he's the supporting lead role to the main character. And technically in that first movie, like Mara just said earlier, like they were toting him as one of the main characters in those teaser trailers. He had the fucking lightsaber in his hand and all that shit. Everybody's like, oh, this kid's a Jedi.
He was the first person we saw in that original. He was the one breathing at the beginning, and you see him in the suit in the sand, and he's sweating, and he was the first character that you see in the first trailer that we got.
He's the first character besides Poe we see in the movie too.
Yeah,
really.
very true.
Yeah.
At least are the good guys. Technically, if you count.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because we see him in the costume. We see him go through his whole arc in that first few minutes, all before we even meet Ray.
But I also look at it too with his actual initial excitement when he saw the trailer. You know, him jumping over the couch. I think I showed it on my stream and on the Aussie as well. But you know, his excitement. They had some sort of outline. The actors knew what the outline essentially was. I mean, Daisy Ridley talks about that night that she spoke to Colin Trevorrow, and he told her her story, and she apparently got all emotional about it, and it was really cool and all this kind of stuff. So they obviously had some sort of plan. So I believe that these actors did know to some degree at least where the story was kind of going. And if they didn't know, I mean, I know me, I'd be going, hey, JJ, like, what's next? Like, you know, I'd want to know. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand this world that we live in. And then, like I was saying, these actors are now using this platform to pander to this racism war that we're going through right now.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is.
What the fuck?
Yeah, part of me like, with the Ray Fisher situation is like trust but verify. Like like you said, Tom. Like do I believe him that Joss Whedon is an asshole? Yes. Do I believe him that Jeff Johns is kind of one? Yes. Maybe Walter Amada. Yes. I don't know. Like I haven't heard anything about them, but the claim racism and then like your barber didn't get the respect he deserved on set. I'm like, okay, come on, dude.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's a barber. Yeah. He's a barber. Okay.
He wasn't in the credits.
Yeah.
That was.
I mean, okay, like then if you want that, then have everyone who's ever associated with a film, to include the caterers and the janitors, put them in the credits at this point. Who cares? Like we don't like. Okay, yes, he did your hair, but he's not. Like I'm saying, like to be honest, you could have gotten anyone to do your hair. It wouldn't have mattered.
And my question with the hair thing, just quickly, sorry, Sinners, you're on that point, is did he mention anything at the time? We don't know. They could have been sitting there, and doing something with his hair, and whether or not it was hurting him or they didn't know what they were doing and he didn't like it. Did he say anything to them? Or did he just sit there and take it? And now that it suits his narrative, like I'm saying, it's like, oh, they had a racist. They had a racist hairdresser that couldn't do my hair. And, is he now just playing that card? Like, dude, if you don't like what's happening, you have the freedom of speech to say, I'm sorry, can you just it's really hurting. Like, can you stop doing it? Or can we get somebody that, can actually know what they're doing? Did he do any of that? We don't know.
Yeah, and he brought his own barber.
I swear to God,
I mean,
Rhino was talking to somebody for a second. I was like, "Who are you talking to?"
No, but no, Rhino's
Rhino's
got a great point there. And I've heard, and here's the thing, and I'm not trying to say this is right, and I'm not trying to say Ray Fisher is wrong, but this is something I've heard for many years in Hollywood, that they don't know how to treat black actors' hair. So this is another reason why actors, when they get to a certain caliber, have their own makeup and hair people that they bring into the project usually. And again, all I hear is Ray Fisher talking like me. I should be treated like I'm the fucking movie star. Dude, you're not Ben Affleck. You're not fucking Denzel Washington.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
You're not any of these guys who and ladies who have come. Even Gal Gadot, for that reason, is technically on a higher, because she's been in a lot of other films and
own solo film too.
Yeah, well, not just that, but she was in the Fast and the Furious movies, and she had a modeling career and all that other shit. All Ray had done was plays. He literally got plucked from Broadway and put into a movie. And all I hear is a very, like, same thing with Daisy Ridley. All I hear is a very entitled, self-centered little brat who thinks that the world should have been handed to them on this silver platter. Instead of hearing people going, I am so fucking grateful that I got the break that anybody in the world wishes they would. And this extends to fucking people who play in the NBA, NFL, and the MLB and all that shit too. You've been given jobs that kids dream of having when they're running around outside playing with their friends. They wish they could grow up and be a superhero on the big screen. Like they aspire to do something like that. And only 1 in a million of billions of people get those shots usually. And you've taken that and you've just shown us that you are the most ungrateful pieces of shit that have ever walked the face of this earth. Because I don't give a shit if the Star Wars sequels sucked. Daisy Ridley, you got a fucking gift handed to you. Darling, you've gotten work for the last few years. You'll be working until you can't work no more. Same thing with Ray Fisher. I mean, dude, even if he doesn't come back to any movies, he is a Broadway star now. He can headline a Broadway play, no problem. Like, these people are taking and acting like they've gotten nothing but shit handed to them when they've had the world handed to them on a silver platter. Look at what Ben Affleck went through for these movies. They drove him to fucking drinking. But we don't hear him going out there and going, fuck Jeff Johns. That son of a bitch made me drink. But it's true. It's fucking true. And Ryan, you'll back me up on that one.
G'day, Ryan.
I didn't hear the whole
24 hours of streaming today, Ryan. Jesus Christ.
I saw you over on Yellow Flash.
Flash, yeah.
I just got done. I've been going for 6 hours straight, not to mention the podcast this morning. So I cannot stay very long. But I came in the back end of it. Is it about Ray Fisher?
A little bit. I call him and Daisy, him both, and I said, they were both. They're all Boyega, I said, had a little bit more reason to complain. I understand where he's coming from. Now it could be argued is he using the time period to his advantage? Oh fuck yes.
Yeah.
Now Ray Fisher on the other hand, Daisy Ridley on the other hand, all I hear are very entitled, self-centered little shits who've gotten a silver platter handed to them. And then I said this also extends to people who play sports too. Like you're getting to do what kids dream of. And only 1 in a billion people get a shot at that, and you're acting like you were given nothing but garbage.
Yeah,
as opposed to Boyega, who really did get the shaft in this whole situation.
Yeah, the whole Ray Fisher thing. He's like, I want to believe everything he says. I really do, and I believe that Jeff Johns and Joss Whedon are both fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, that's what I said too. Yeah,
but I do need some stuff, and I feel like he's really going out and like poking the bear to continue to get attention. So it's tough for me with the whole Ray Fisher situation because I feel like he did go through some shit, but he's going about it the wrong way. He got all the attention he needed, which was good, but then he like keeps doing it, and like. Then to call out the president of DC Films and say he tried to throw these guys under the bus, but I said no because I'm more principled. Then they come out and they said, actually, no, he's not actually he hasn't been responding. He's not cooperating with the investigation. Then Ray Fisher leaks an email where he says that he kind of says that he's not helping out with the investigation, but that he talked to the guy and said he wanted to do his own vetting. So it's both sides have their have their sticking points, and this is not a good look for them right now because they're trying to do business together.
Yeah, neither side. No, and that's where I was saying, like, and again, like I was in the same place you were, Ryan. Like, do I believe Joss Whedon's a fucking dickhead? Oh, hell yes. Yeah. Hell yes. And same thing with Jeff Johns and all those guys. I can believe that, but to believe that they're racist, that's a real tough pill for me to swallow. Like, I mean, you have to go to very like you were saying, I need more proof. I need more proof on this to see, like, to understand that he was treated in a way that was any different than any other actor at his level would have been treated. And again, like, a lot of his shit I hear is they didn't use my ideas. They didn't do this, that, and the other. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are, Ben Affleck? You know, it's like, what the fuck, man? It's like, you know, they didn't even use Ben Affleck's ideas.
Yeah.
Like, do I believe everything he's saying? Not necessarily, but like knowing what I know of Joss Whedon and such, like, you know, it's more easily for me to believe what he's saying, especially because you have also like Gal Gadot saying, like, you know, that she felt uncomfortable doing that scene where the Flash falls on her boobs. So they got her stunt double to do that. And even the stunt double was uncomfortable doing the scene. So when you have like other people kind of verifying a little bit of that, makes me more readily like, you know, believing Ray Fisher. Now,
I tried to copy that from Marvel just quickly.
What?
With the Hulk and Black Widow, the falling into the boobs.
Yeah.
Age of Ultron.
That's fucking thing. Yeah.
So
so
I'm more readily like willing to believe, like, you know, when he's saying things, you know, stuff like about Joss Whedon, but like I'm at a point now where I'm like, you could have like let the investigation go a lot more smoothly if you had just shut up and
or
just,
at least cooperate. Yeah.
Cooperating.
Yeah.
Well, can I put everybody in its? Go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like his agent and maybe the closest people around him are not doing him many favors. Because really, like, look, dude, you're gonna get your big shining moment here with more screen time with the Snyder Cut coming out. This is like, now all you're doing is you are coming across to every producer in Hollywood right now as a problem person and a difficult person to work with, and you're not bringing any star power to the table, so you can't get away with that kind of attitude. They're gonna put up with certain actors being divas on the set, but not this level of actor, because you're not bringing in any dollars, because nobody's going to see a movie because Ray Fisher's in it. So you're not going to get away with that shit.
And to his credit, he has said that I'm perfectly willing to lose my career over this.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what he said.
I think he's saying that just because he heard Boyega say that. But let me put everybody just in like kind of a scenario here. This is Hollywood right now for any director, and I'm not sticking up for Joss Whedon, so don't take it that way. But let's just say that you're dealing with a set of people who are nothing but a bunch of whiny SJWs, and they refuse to do anything that they're asked to do. A director already has a hard enough job on the set. They've got 1,000,001 things that they have to keep in order. The last thing they need to deal with is a couple of actors having a fucking breakdown because they don't want to do what they're asked of, that was in the scene that was written or decided to do. I could understand if this was a situation where nudity was involved, but you're talking about some really petty, shitty shit to have to stop a production for. And you're talking a situation where you've got thousands of fucking dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line being spent every second. Tons and tons of people doing their jobs, sweating, you know, doing everything they have to do so they can get everything set up so an actor can walk on the set, do their scene, and walk off. And when you have somebody who's causing nothing but a disturbance, especially when it's over something that's kind of trivial in the end, if you really think about it, I can see where it can come from a production standpoint where this guy is nothing but a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And if you're not somebody like Ben Affleck, they're not going to deal with that. And it sounds to me like Mara was saying, and you guys are all saying, the studio is doing everything it seems like they can in their power to try and work with this kid, but he's like resisting them for some reason, which makes no sense. And then they're also tying this into, they're trying to do negotiations with him for fucking Flashpoint.
Yeah.
And he's making that difficult. So again, we have a situation like Ryan was saying, you know, they're rebuilding this whole system again with the Snyderverse. What is he doing? Why is he making it more difficult? I mean, this is stuff that should be dealt with behind the scenes, I think.
Yeah, behind the scenes, and just ask, like, look, dude, Ray, what do you want?
Yeah.
Like, what do you want us to do? How do we make, like, let's say we give in 100% to what you're saying. Like, what would your remedy be? How can we make this better? I don't think he'd even have an answer. Like, I don't think he knows what he wants out of this thing. He's just venting for the sake of it.
I think that he wants Jeff Johns and Berg held accountable for whatever it is. And
but what are they going to do to them, though? That's the thing. They're not there anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Jeff Johns isn't there. But I don't know exactly if he wants him out of the company altogether or what. But I think that so what he showed in his email, it's basically, and Tom knows this, there's different factions at Warner Brothers.
Oh, yes.
And so Warner Brothers Pictures versus Warner Brothers Media right now. And so the guy contacted him. There was another guy on the line that he didn't want. And he supposedly wanted to talk to his representative, get his representative on the phone before he said anything to this supposed independent third party. And so we did talk to him a little bit, but then he got off the phone after he didn't want to divulge too much information before verifying that this person is a legitimate investigator. So technically he didn't cooperate, but he also did cooperate. And it's just both sides making each other look bad right now, which is
I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Because I know, like you guys all, and we've all agreed, like we know the studio's a shitty system. We know most of these people are probably assholes. Joss Whedon has a history. Like I said, him being aside, though, if it was any other director, I don't see them putting up with it. I don't see Ray Fisher dealing with somebody like a Kubrick.
Oh, could you imagine? Nobody liked Kubrick. No, I need you to do this 4,000 times. We need to do this scene 4,000 times until we get it right. Yeah.
But I can't stay for long, guys. I didn't need to get going. But as far as the whole Ray thing, I want to believe him. I do believe that stuff happened, but he's going about it the wrong way. And I hope that all this shit can calm down and we can just get back to being excited about whatever DC we wanted instead of this whole fucking attention-seeking shit.
Because like him being a part of Flashpoint and all that stuff, that's a big deal. Like, I mean, that means that like they're trying to merge the world back again or trying to do whatever they can to set this whole thing up. And if he wants to be a part of it, he better start learning how to, or get a decent lawyer or a manager or something. Because I don't know who's guiding him here.
Fighting this out in public is serving nobody. Neither side, any side, fans as well. It's not doing any good. We just better like calm down, handle your stuff, cooperate, like do whatever, hire a lawyer if you need to. Like, I mean, if you have credible accusations of like serious like was he getting hit or something? Like, extreme things like that, then, go for it. Like, but use the proper channels. Don't air your dirty laundry in public. It's a bad look for any company when employees do that, Hollywood or otherwise.
Yeah, 100%.
Very true.
All right, bye. I gotta get going. I gotta get out of this fucking chair.
Ryan,
take care, brother.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for coming on, Ryan.
Appreciate
really
it.
appreciate it, man.
For sure. Have a good night, everybody.
See you later.
See you, Ryan.
Bye.
Man was a streaming machine today. Jesus. When I saw him on Yellow Flash's channel, I'm like, wow, he's probably not going to come by here, man, because he's been streaming since he did his Patreon stream 6 hours ago. So he's been streaming 6 hours straight.
He's going to stand up at the arse
four different
print.
Streams.
He's going to stand up, and the arse print in his chair is just going to be an extra indentation.
Now he's going to be calling Lisa and being like, "Hey, what's the model of that massage chair that you have? I think I need one."
Sure.
Have
you seen my chair?
I was thinking more of like, I don't know if you guys have read Dilbert or not, but there was a strip where Alice convinces the boss, or she tells the boss that butts are like goldfish, that they grow to the size of whatever the surroundings are. So whatever size your chair is, your butt will grow to the size and get stuck or something like that. And she used super glue on the boss's chair, so it's like he's wondering why he can't get it off. That's what I'm thinking.
That's hilarious. Jesus.
Dilbert's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys can hear me still, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Sounds okay.
I tried to get my volume adjusted to see if I could. I know Greg said I wasn't coming through as much, but yeah, I'm trying to work on it. I'm working with what I've got. Well, it's a little bit farther away from me than I'd like to be, but I've got it kind of like on a tripod wrapped around my steering wheel. So I'm doing what I gotta do.
I just put the link to the poll if you guys have not voted. See Fuel the Hatred's here now, so welcome Fuel the Hatred. Tonight's poll is
Ords as well. Ords is here.
Ords is here.
Becky's
here. Yeah.
Hell, guys, thanks for
33 people here, guys. You guys are
fucking
awesome.
It's Eddie Murphy.
Oh, wow.
It's an Eddie Murphy battle tonight. It is Trading Places versus Coming to America.
Same director too.
Yep. It's one-sided right now, isn't it? Is that correct?
Looks like it.
Trading Places just got a vote back.
Okay, good. I fucking love it.
It's 8-4.
I would ask that person who voted for it to think about that barbershop scene.
8-5.
How do I? Why won't it let me vote?
You're disenfranchised.
Did you drop the link back in the chat, Greg?
Oh, here we go. I got it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
boy.
Good. Thank you.
It's another tough. We got some tough ones coming up too. We had a good brainstorming session for what we were going to come up with some polls.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell them what they are.
I said no spoilers. Rhino.
Oh, Rhino. Okay. Yeah.
I'll mute myself during this segment. There we go.
Just notice your hashtag, Rhino. Your cat's holding you hostage.
So speaking of people calling people out, did you guys see Shatner in his little?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Did you guys talk about that at all?
Can we bring this up?
No, we have not talked to. We haven't gotten into Star Trek yet at all, but
sure.
that was freaking awesome.
That's a good segue. Let's get into it. I want to know, what did Shatner do?
Okay, well, actually, I've been Rob and I were working on. That's what I should be editing right now, but a video for this. So I'll just share kind of my early version of it because it's got pretty much a timeline of all this stuff here.
Nice.
Okay, it started with the whole announcement of the Star Trek Celebration thing. Marina Sirtis first said, well, I suppose my invitation got lost in the mail. And she was on Picard, right? And they announced the who's going to be there, and it was a pretty lackluster panel outside of I think they had quite a few people for Deep Space Nine and Patrick Stewart for Picard. And then later that same day, somebody asked William Shatner how he felt about Lower Decks. He says, you mean a basement? We don't have many basements in LA. And then he watched the trailer. Where's the JJ movies? Do they get celebrated on a different day in the Kelvin timeline? Oh, great. Then it got spurred.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's been on fire.
Sorry.
This one was the best.
Sorry to see
this
you
one was the
aren't
best.
in the list for the series that kicked it all off. You are the chief cornerstone that holds it all together. They gave George Takei and Will Wheaton booked to celebrate the day. That should cover everything.
Blushing emoji.
Fucking
I love it.
Too. If anybody knows anything about it, obviously everybody knows he hates George Takei, but Will Wheaton he doesn't like either, because Will Wheaton says that supposedly Will Wheaton snuck onto the set of one of the Star Trek movies. I think when he was shooting Stand By Me or one of the other something else. And supposedly William Shatner was an asshole to him, but nobody else remembers the story ever happening.
Right.
So William Shatner.
Wouldn't you be an asshole to Will Wheaton if you met him, though?
Well, of course I would.
Fuck yeah, I would.
And then the picture.
Shut up, Wesley.
Oh, and then it gets even better. Yeah. Because then he's like, then he calls out CBS All Access here.
Oh, there I am.
There I am. Way back there.
That's blown up, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, his picture is actually about as small as Janeway's.
And then he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I made a really small change to this, Alex Kurtzman. God.
Love it. He took his picture out.
Gone and gone.
Wow.
That is a statement and a half if I ever fucking saw one.
Roastmaster.
Shatner had enough. So
wow, he took
making
himself out.
So what do you guys make of this?
I loved every moment of it. I think I commented on, maybe it was Ryan's stream or something, or maybe earlier on this one. He has been on fire on Twitter.
We did.
Where
did we?
Where was your tweet where you commented on the wokeness? Because I know I retweeted.
Yeah, he had that a while ago too. We bring that up, I think, in our. Let me see. I think I have that in the other version.
CBS doesn't deserve him.
Midnight's Edge.
What's that?
Did we just see a Midnight's Edge script or a
kind of
video?
Kind of.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And a special sneak preview.
That was my first draft, anyway.
Minus the cool background music.
Yes.
And I love that. I love that. But yeah, William Shatner has been just outstanding on Twitter. Like, because I just kind of imagine he's like, "What? You didn't want to fucking book me, assholes?" Or like, "What's the deal? Like, you're booking these like these nobodies in the Star Trek universe, but not
Mm-hmm.
not like, he's still the favorite captain."
That's the thing, man. That the entire franchise never would have gotten anywhere without him. And yeah, probably Nimoy and to a lesser extent Kelly, but he made it, and they're just disregarding his contributions. Every year it gets worse, and they don't deserve him at this point. So
I know it's a person who.
I say he killed it last year at STLV, but yeah, go ahead.
As a person who just started watching the original series, you can't do that without him. It doesn't work. It just fucking doesn't work. I'm sorry. No,
he's awesome in it.
It is. Yeah.
But I think somebody should send him like a link to the last virtual panel that they did for Star Trek, and he might realize that he won't be very insulted that he got skipped, because I think that was the San Diego Comic-Con one, the virtual Comic-Con. All the Star Trek panels were just hot garbage, poorly produced.
They were pre-recorded too.
Pre-recorded badly. Like, they cut people off in like mid-sentence, especially I think on the Picard one was really
probably because they didn't want certain things getting out there. Like I remember Robert telling some horror stories about when he was working on the Blu-rays, Robert Meyer Burnett. Because he like did a whole interview with the TNG cast where he asked them, because it was right after the JJ movies had come out, and this was his first run-in with the whole "there's a separation here." He did a whole interview roundtable with everybody in the cast, everything. Well, then at the last part, he's like, "This is going to be a fun bit. Let's do a little video where everybody goes through and how they recast the new." The JJ Abrams movie recast the original cast. Who would you guys like to see as your younger selves in a TNG movie if they were to go and do the Kelvin verse kind of thing to you? And they go around and everybody gives their names, and of course the only one I really remember offhand was Patrick Stewart, because he's like, well, of course I already know who will play me, because there's a young man who's done a wonderful job playing a young Professor X.
Oh God!
Of course,
James McAvoy.
It makes sense that Mr. McAvoy would come over and, of course, play a younger Patrick Stewart or younger whatever. And anyway, so he conducts this whole interview, and Paramount's like, that can't go on the discs. And he's like, what do you mean this can't go on the disc? He's like, there's no connection there. We don't put that on there. He's like, neither of the two shall ever meet. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? He's like, that is Bad Robot Star Trek. This is real Star Trek. That will not go on our box set. Period.
Oh, interesting.
No,
wow.
That's interesting. Yeah, there's like some in-house like
this was
disdain
back before. Yeah, this was already back because there was the separate license, and that caused a lot of issues and a lot of problems that, even though they never wanted to admit it, that's where a lot of people like keep overlooking our reporting. They like to say, oh, you guys are full of shit. You're full of shit on this and that and the other. And it's like, it's all out there. And none of this shit is any like I'd love to see anybody prove us wrong. There's only one little thing we cannot seem to get to pinpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Alex Kurtzman's involvement and what happened with Brian Fuller. And Robert Meyer Burnett cannot even tell me. And it's not, I think he knows, he just can't.
Yeah.
Because I've asked him repeatedly in different ways.
I've always wondered.
And I even asked him in private and he won't tell me.
And how the hell is that contract structured that they can't like get rid of him for less than the cost of one episode? You know.
Well, here's the thing: is before a lot of this that's going down currently, like I have to keep reminding Doomcock and other people, is he's got a lot more going on besides Star Trek. Like he kind of did Star Trek is like the way it looks. If you don't factor in the license factor, the way it looks is he just did it as a favor to Moonves, but it still doesn't make sense. The whole thing to me, the only thing that makes sense and why it's so difficult for him to get out of, or for CBS to get out of this and everything, ties back to Bad Robot and why this deal was in place in the first place, because Brian Fuller was going full steam ahead on this. And the only excuse we've ever been able to get into out of anybody as to why they switched from Brian Fuller and brought in Kurtzman was that Brian Fuller was costing too much money. Well, that makes no sense considering all Kurtzman did was reshoot, redo, reshoot, cost money.
Right, yeah.
And everything that happened at that moment, like even when I talked to Nicholas Meyer, he for some reason, I swear he was lying to me because he couldn't say anything. And that was, the moment the moment Fuller was out, so was he.
See, it doesn't make sense to me because, like, if you look at particularly, like, well, you look at STD and Picard, that is enormously expensive, unnecessarily expensive Trek. Like, you don't have to go the cinematic, hologram everything, digital everything, 10,000 ships on screen at one time kind of route with Star Trek. Star Trek's smarter than that. It doesn't need to do that. Like they're deliberately making it more expensive to produce, and I just don't understand why.
Exactly. That's so the excuse makes no sense. The only thing that makes sense is they were going full steam ahead, and then Bad Robot said, time out, wait a minute. We not only have the rights to make movies, but TV shows. You guys are not allowed to make any TV shows without us.
It's like taking green screens out on site.
So I think that's where Kurtzman came in the picture. And I think and then it makes sense as to when Kurtzman came in, everybody else was gone. Now they kept Nicholas Meyer and Brian Fuller's name on the series for prestige.
Yes, they did.
I don't think they had anything to do with those. And I've seen the original scripts and the original outline for the season. Like they had it all planned out. And they changed so much shit. And they're bringing.
They couldn't even remember what shit they did in between like 3 episodes.
Well, I think the first thing you notice is when you have a show called Star Trek Discovery and it takes you 3 episodes till you see the ship.
Yeah, that's generally not a good thing, and the ship is garbage to begin with. And yeah, my favorite is with Picard, and the whole thing is like. They made such a production out of her doing that little dream walk with the candles on the floor thing to reveal that it's a planet with like constant electrical storms with like a red atmosphere and red moons. And then they get to the planet and it's like a fucking beautiful 70-degree day everywhere on the planet, not a bolt of lightning to be found. Like you just did the episode like 2 episodes ago and you forgot what the planet was supposed. How did they find the planet if there was no moons or lightning that you described? You can't even keep track of your, like, boy, you're really in trouble in these kind of shows when you have, 60 years of canon to keep track of, when you can't even keep track of your own shit that you did 3 episodes ago.
Mm-hmm. Teresa. Miss Martin Muses is here. Hey, Teresa.
No, and that's the thing where people get us. Yeah, hi, Teresa. I haven't talked to you in a while. But no, that's where people get kind of our reporting misconstrued and they don't understand is we've never said that they can't do stuff from old Trek. JJ could have. The only thing that matters about the 25% different bit is that if he wants to be able to make anything and make any money off of the merchandising, it has to be 25% different than the original Star Trek. And that is decided by the lawyers inside. But the other side of this is the only reason he started an alternate Star Trek line, and this goes with what I showed you guys with what Tarantino was saying, is because simply JJ did not want to have to deal with all of the fucking canon. He wanted to be able to just do what he wanted to do and not have to deal with going through and watching all the shows.
Well,
and doing the homework.
It's too intelligent for him.
It's too much. It's too thinky for him.
Or hire somebody for very little money who has already done that. And
that's what Orsi was, and Orsi meant nothing but fucking resistance at every fucking stop because it wasn't what they wanted to do.
I got the perfect video to show for this. I don't know how many people have actually seen this, but I just want to show this quickly before you get into this next thing, Greg.
Yeah.
So, share my screen.
There it is.
I don't know how many of you have seen this, but here we go.
Oh, shit.
Real boneheads. Real boneheads of cinema. Today we salute you, Mr. J.J. Abrams. Steven Spielberg Jr. You admitted that Star Trek. So you dumbed it down into a brain-dead action movie. Oh, look at all the explosions and pretty lens flare.
Pretty lens flare. I love it.
Full of mystery boxes. You were the son of a bitch that killed Han Solo. They were full of turds. Like Lost, where I lost 6 years of my life.
I love it. It's so good.
Who do you got pictures of anyway? We salute you.
You've listened to this far too many times.
Oh, it's so good.
Cinema. You almost know it better than I do.
You got pictures of anyway.
I love that line. But you know what? I don't know how many people know this, but this was an old beer ad that they've obviously repurposed. It's really good.
Yeah, it was called
Bud.
The real Genius.
I actually have
Real Men
Man
of
of
Genius.
Genius. Yes.
There's an Obama one out there that's amazing if you ever have time to look it up.
Chat, if you haven't seen this, go and smash the like button. There's Kathleen. They've done Kathleen Kennedy. They've done Alex Kurtzman and Paul Feig as well. So go and check those out. They're all very, very good.
What a piece of shit. God.
Sorry, I just had to throw that. I just had to throw that in there because I love it.
Well,
it's hard not to sing along. It's hard not to sing along with them. I'm like,
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
I had to tell myself, Greg, your mic is on, and nobody really wants to hear you sing. So just keep your lips.
I'm just impressed because, I don't even know it that well, and this one was the hardest one for me to do for some reason. I don't know why. I'm just glad you guys liked it. Between this one and the Paul Feig one, the Paul Feig one was just kind of I mean,
I love the Kathleen Kennedy one. The real Temple of Doom.
That one just rolled right up. Yeah,
that was a great line.
It's so good. They are all good, Tom. They're really good. I love them.
Yes, they are.
Good job over there.
Thank you.
I'm actually really looking forward to the next Batman installment. I want to know what happened because he didn't get his Doritos. What's going on?
Well, he's stuck inside because of COVID now. Did you see that bit?
Oh yeah, no, I did see that one.
Yeah. So I got to work on all that. I'm gonna try and put together a nice 5-10 minute one maybe for everybody because
cool.
When I get some time.
Yep. Anyway, you can go into your transgender in Star Trek thing now. I just wanted to show that. I thought it was brilliant.
Yes, see, this is what you do when you don't have any good ideas or you are just desperate.
Well, it's a pandering thing, isn't it?
Well, it fits the theme of the night. I think, if anything that sums up this show, it's a tokenism in freaking Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And this is not the same character in two different photos, by the way, everyone.
Trans cats' lives matter.
A lot of people thought the same thing, and from the other article they saw, or the actual headline from, I think it was Variety, it looked like the same person to a lot of people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what gender is that supposed to be on the right?
Non-binary, going male to female?
I don't know.
Helicopter.
Non-binary.
Yeah.
Basically. Thank God they're promoting this. We've never seen anything like that in Star Trek before.
Yeah.
No, never.
Yeah.
Not like the binaries or what was that race that Trip had to deal with where he fell in love with the one?
Oh, I don't even remember the names of the races. I just
remember
not
fell in love with. I'm mixing that up with the Riker one.
Yeah.
But there you go. That one.
That's the Riker one is this one. Where
then the other one where there's the third sex in the race too. That was the Trip one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this whole idea is it's the first transgender person or non-binary person in Star Trek, and immediately all over Twitter, myself included, I'm just seeing tons and tons of posts like, what do you mean first? Like, have you guys seen your show?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
well, and then the article's like, all they're going to do
is
go ahead.
It's non-binary.
And not only that, they're going to interact with the gay couple and all this shit. It's like, what the fuck are you? What?
So you said enough there, Tom.
Is that what we're going to see?
You said enough there, Tom. You really did.
That's what they said.
No, we're going to see all four of them at in the bathroom brushing their teeth together. I guess I don't know, because that's their idea of the gay romance in Star Trek Discovery between like the chief engineer and the chief medical officer is that you really don't know anything about their characters other than what they do, and they're gay.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both actually kind of assholes.
But this is the other thing too that obviously, and it's been spoken about a lot, that they don't understand is that these universes have progressed beyond this. You know, progressed beyond racism, progressed beyond transgender, you know, gender neutral, what however you want to put it. And it's not even a part of the story. Like, continue the fucking story. It's like with the female-centric Star Wars stuff. I know I always come back to Star Wars, but it's all I think about. You know, tell us something about the story. Tell us something about what you're going to actually give us. Oh no, it's female-centric. That's enough. Like here, it's enough to tell us that we're going to have a trans character and they're going to, you know, interact with a gay character or something, and it's, you know, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
What? What are you talking about? What's the episode about? What's the movie about? What's the story about? No one gives a fuck if these characters like to suck fucking human dick or fucking donkey dick. Like,
it's
no one fucking
cares. I mean, that's
what you say that because that's season 4. No.
Yeah.
No, actually, I think my
spoiler.
response. Yeah, I think my response to the Glad tweet about this, it says everything that needs to be said. I said, I don't care about the fucking characters that are on the show right now. I really don't give a shit about what's between Poochie's legs here. I really don't.
No one does. No one does except for these people that are making it for some stupid reason.
Well, here's the thing. There's no difference, you know, to add on to what Rhino's saying. In the future, this won't matter, right? If you're that, whatever that is, you're that, and you're a character and you're developing. But there's no difference in saying, "Hey, I'm this non-binary or that," than showing Seinfeld clips or whatever the hell they show in the Orville. It's totally anachronistic, and it just doesn't make sense, and it takes you out of the story. There's not really much of a difference in that comparison. It just doesn't belong. So. Because you are what you are. Yeah, there's that picture. Those are the binars.
The binars, yeah.
Yeah.
That's binary. Non-binary is people in Star Trek.
Look, it's Mirror Universe fucking Picard.
Yeah.
Isn't he one of those like the generic
what's going
stupid
on there? Instead of having the hair around here,
admiral.
it's kind of moved to the chin.
It's like, you know, it's the Mirror Universe. They just give him a goatee.
Yeah,
pretty much.
No, that's that other character, but that's
yeah.
The point
you
is,
know
like,
who that guy is? Go back to that picture.
I can't think of the actor's name, but I know who he is.
Well, he was in that Star Trek episode that we watched the other night, the original one. He was one of the miners, actually.
Really?
Yeah, he looks totally different though. But yeah,
boy, he does.
Yeah, that's some top tier nerd level knowledge right there. So.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm impressed.
Nerd level knowledge.
Your credentials are validated.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think what Robert Meyer Burnett was saying the other day and everything is like, in this environment, in this time period, nobody gives a shit. So if you showed up on a ship and said, "Hey, I'm gay," or "I'm non-binary," or "I'm trans," they'd be like, "Yes, so."
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It takes you out. It's
like, why the fuck are you telling me?
It doesn't matter. It matters to us now, or it doesn't matter to us now, but it's not relevant then. So it's like talking about, hey, remember that sitcom from 300 years ago? It's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're actually
not
dating.
current in that time.
Like, sci-fi and fantasy and stuff like that is usually a timeless era. You can go back and you can, like Star Wars, for example, you can go back and watch the original Star Wars. There's nothing in there that takes you back to 1977. There's nothing in there that takes you back to the early 80s. It is purely, other than maybe the effects a little bit, but you know what I mean? The story's timeless. And you can always go back and just enjoy that story. Whereas it's like you're saying, in 20 years from now, when hopefully we're finally past all this sexism, racism, and transgender crap that we're going through right now, you go back and watch these episodes and people are going to be like, was that really a thing? Like, this is so dumb. Like, this is stupid. I mean, we're thinking that now. And you think, what are you going to think about it in 20 years' time when it is really irrelevant?
Mara's got to check out, guys.
Yeah, she's got to check out.
She's got to check out because we're talking about Star Trek. Mara, thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
So take care.
And I think we should start a GoFundMe for a computer for the Senate, and one for you to move out of Victoria so you can get some more booty and get rid of the ball.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. Thanks, Mara.
Her international campaign, Guns for Victoria.
Yeah, there we go.
Good night, Mara.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.
Night, Mara.
Night.
No,
it would be very like you're right about
Star
Star Wars. I love that how it is kind of timeless. Even like it would be a real shitty thing, like if somebody took that scene in Jabba's palace and changed the music to where it sounded like some crap from the '90s instead of some timeless alien type music. No, that's the great reason why I feel like the special editions age poorly as in comparison to the original versions. Because I'll take Lappy Neck or whatever fucking hell it's called any day.
Alien,
Yeah, it didn't sound like it was something from the 70s. It sounded like something alien or from the 80s or whatever.
But yeah, like I said, we're going to look back at this stuff in 10 or 20 years' time. I don't even think it's going to be that long. In 5 years' time, we're going to look back on this and go, what the fuck happened there? Like, because honestly, the reason why I say 5 years is this honestly can't last too much longer. It really can't. Surely they're going to start losing enough money to finally go, oh, we better start changing our tune back. You know what I mean?
They're getting to that point.
There's only so far that wokeness can take you.
I hope, but I don't know. I think this election might make them go absolutely worse.
Even more crazy.
Yeah, you got two sides of this coin. You have, I think we were getting to that point where Hollywood is like, okay, we need to make a change. Yeah. And they were on that, right turn. And then all of a sudden, all the shit just happened in the last few months. And not only dead stopped Hollywood in general, which pushes everything back a year, which anybody who knows anything like about movies, it takes a year or two just to get a movie off the ground, let alone out in theaters and all that kind of shit.
Is that what you're sort of saying about Disney coming out and going, okay, new policy, you're not allowed to actually slam any of the fans no matter what they say? Those sorts of things are coming in. Is that what you're sort of getting at with the changes?
Well, and I think they're learning that they're desperate. Like they have nothing at this point. They can't risk to lose any more of the fans than they already have. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. No matter how many people want to go out there and scream that, oh, but the film's made over $1 billion. But they didn't make any money. That's the thing, is we're at a point now where $1 billion movie doesn't automatically mean it made a bunch of money. That's the problem.
And that was 18 months ago.
Yeah.
Or, well, not 18 for Rise of Skywalker, but like these movies made that kind of money a year ago. You've made no money so far this year to speak of at all.
No, and Disney
have just lost heaps.
And Disney's in a really shitty position right now. And then on top of that, I've been hearing that investigation's ramping up a bit into that $6 billion, which is oddly what it cost a lot. Like that number sticks out quite a bit.
Sorry, what's the go there? Like, what's happening? Sorry,
there was some whistleblower come out and said that they had hidden $6 billion in the park's revenue. And
what
it was a big kind of conspiracy thing, like, and it all kind of is funny because it's the same amount of money that this other deal was, and it was it's all they're investigating it. So I don't have the shit in front of me to go over it all, but they were like inflating prices on one end and then they weren't making as much on the other end. And it was a whole big, like how they were ringing shit up in the park. Like a bunch of employees backed up the story. So now I guess, I don't know, who is it? The FCC or whoever it is that deals with that shit, or the, whoever it is,
maybe
SCC. Sorry. Yeah. That comes in and deals with that shit. They're supposedly investigating it. But like that's kind of pretty much what they spent on this whole Star Wars business too. If you think about it.
Yeah,
they spent $4.05 billion on buying it to begin with. They've spent
$1 billion on each park.
$1 billion on each park, right there. $6 billion. Even if you sit there and factor the movies broke even, because like I can't sit there and fathom where they figure they only lost like $100 million on Solo. Yeah, they shot the movie twice.
Yeah. And the Rise of Skywalker, the figures for how much it cost to make the Rise of Skywalker are not correct.
No,
it still says on Wikipedia, it's still saying an estimation of 275 million. But then if you actually click on it, it comes down and goes, this figure was estimated on the 1st of November or something, 2019, which is 2 months before the movie came out. And we heard that they were still editing right up until 0
hour. A week before
it
was Sunday before release.
Yeah.
And JJ confirmed that. Sorry, I get my too many letters, Chris Stanley, to remember all the time.
But yeah,
I was thinking the Federal Bureau, something or other, the federal funding, whatever. I don't fucking commission, something. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, no, and then like you guys said, and they cooked the books. Same thing with, I mean, there was all that shenanigans with Captain Marvel, and then now you look at it like they're not bringing in any money, and then this Mulan thing is going to be nothing but a disaster for them.
Already is. Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised that they released it. I know that they need to try and make money and they need to release it somehow, but honestly, they should have just sat on that and waited and then released it in theaters. Not that I think it would have probably made any difference, especially with this leaks and stuff that are coming out from it. I mean, I watched that scene.
It's already on the pirate. Like, it's already up for piracy and shit, so it's done.
Yeah.
And then you look at things like Bill and Ted that are out there, but yet they're still number one across the board on all the iTunes and Amazon and all that shit. So, and then they're like they're still not releasing any numbers till Sunday for Tenet, but it has made $100 million already overall altogether outside of the U.S. So nice. I don't think
Tenet's climate, that's actually pretty good too.
I don't think Tenet's going to have a problem. And I've been hearing rumors that now that the numbers for Tenet are going to be a little bit more on par with what we're used to seeing out of Hollywood. Not like blockbuster numbers, but it'll be. I think we're probably looking at like a $20 to $35 million weekend, which is not bad considering. So,
no, and to kind of like, I think one thing that they have to be concerned about at Disney in particular is it's not just their parks, it's not just their movie studios. They have several cable channels, and their broadcast channel are not looking to do very well. Like I don't know what NFL ratings are going to be like, but I suspect that they are not going to be as good as they are in the past. I think a lot of people are tuning out because of the interjection of politics into it. We won't get into the specific politics, but like I think that's going to hurt ESPN. ABC, like you can't, and to kind of segue into one of our last stories for the night is they can't seem to do these productions even with these controls without their people getting the bug. They just halted Batman. Like, how are they going to do TV series when you have all these guest stars and everything that come in and come out for a particular episode? That's just separate from your main cast. Like, how are they going to mitigate those things if, like, we hear stories like, Pattinson has it, and The Rock has it, and his whole family has it. Like, if they can't get these productions under control and not have this thing spread, they're not going to have any TV shows to air either. So, like,
Yeah.
These networks are going to be losing money, just like the studio.
They
just
already
like the
don't.
films.
Yeah, they already don't. Yeah. So what we're seeing part of already is you're going to see a lot of revivals. You've seen a lot of, and what I mean is like they've started movie night again on CBS, which has been something they haven't done in God knows how many years. And
wow, yeah, it's been a while.
That's why CBS has also brought in Star Trek Discovery and a few other shows from CBS All Access because they have nothing else. But I think there might even be some other motivations behind that. But the short version, I don't have a solid thing on this, but I was curious because I asked Script Doctor and a few other people if the whole thing with Kurtzman is since it's on CBS All Access and stuff, they don't really go by the ratings as long as it's making money. It don't fucking matter. But in a lot of these contracts, if the ratings fall below a certain point, then you can get out of them. So I was like, what if them putting this on, just put Discovery on CBS is Emma Watts' way of getting him the fuck out of there by proving that nobody's going to watch the show. And if the ratings are horrible, there they have the basis to move him out of that position. But again, it really sucks because it's all has to do with production companies. And I really think that they're making it very difficult for Kurtzman right now because he had all these other things that he was working on before, like Hawaii Five-0 and a few other shows. And he had this Clarice show coming out that was supposed to be a big deal. But now I've heard nothing about that. The word on that went dead silent. And that was after CBS supposedly sent it straight to series, just like this Strange New World show, which like Star Trek Discovery outside of CBS All Access, still neither one of them have a foreign distributor at this point that we know of. There's still been no announcement for even season 3 of Star Trek Discovery.
Wow.
No, for international, no.
Yeah, which is strange. So,
well, I mean, like, I don't know how these, like, they can air movies and everything, but in a world of streaming where I can watch any particular movie I want from a vast library online, why would I tune into CBS Movie Night with commercials?
Well, and then on top of that, look at like something like Cobra Kai, which is already 3 years old, is a huge fucking hit and #1 right now and streaming on fucking Netflix. And that's just
Netflix is in a funny position where they could actually like freaking sell to NBC, CBS, and ABC their shows that they've had on their streaming service to air on network TV for.
I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. I really don't. You bring up an interesting point. That could be the next step. Is a lot of these Hulu, Showtime, HBO shows will get cut down, and they'll do some kind of cross promotional deal with them. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all.
Like put Daredevil on like ABC late at night or something like that. You know.
Well, Discovery's getting cut so they can show it on network television. So that's all they'll do. It's the same thing they used to do. Well, they used to do that back in the day with The Sopranos and Tales from the Crypt. And
The Shield.
A lot of other HBO and cable shows when they would bring them over to network syndication, they would cut out the bits they had to. But, you know, that's just the cost of doing business, I guess. That's the only thing with that. But no, I don't think that's I don't think that's necessarily something that's out of the realm of possibility at all. So
it'd be kind of amusing to watch the hoops that they're going to have to jump through just to fill their lineups.
Or Stranger Things or something like that would definitely be a big one.
Oh, they could probably charge a fortune for that. If I'm Netflix, I'm going, look at all these shows that we just ran for 1 or 2 seasons at these, like, they've already paid for themselves or whatever. Like, it's just extra money. It's free money for them if they just kick it to
cross promotional too.
Yeah, and kick it to one of these networks and just say, hey, air it on here.
And at the end of every episode, you see, watch this episode fully uncut on Netflix now.
Have they already done that? Soul Assassin in the chat saying, watch The Witcher tonight on ABC. That's not, he's not saying that that's already happened, right?
No.
But like that's what you're implying could happen. Like The Witcher could end up on national television.
Mm-hmm.
It could.
They just sell it.
Because I don't know what these, like, if any of these, if the bug continues to mess with productions, and like I said, especially for TV, TV's even more vulnerable than movies, because movies, you cast your movies, and that's, you have your cast, you can put them in their own trailers and kind of already have them isolate. But with TV shows, every episode, you got tons of guest stars coming in. I mean, you have somebody even to play the dead body on like an NCIS or something. Like, you have all these extras and reoccurring characters that you got to bring in and bring out. Like, I don't know how you're going to like manage production while isolating them for 14 days when they're barely getting paid anything for these, small bit roles on these TV shows in the first place. I don't. If I'm a TV executive, I'm sweating right now because once the political ad revenue goes away, oh boy. Because I think sports is going to bomb this year too. Because I think, like me, I can tell you myself, I'm not watching one fucking second of the NFL this year. Not one.
Me neither.
Nope.
Unless they put "we're sorry" in the end zone instead of what they're planning to put.
And with college, if they pull the same stuff, I'm not going to watch college either. And it's getting ready to start in 3 weeks. So
what are they putting in the end zone?
Oh, I forget that there's two phrases. So instead of the team names in the end zones, it's going to be some virtue signal phrase.
Mm-hmm.
Like I forget the thing.
I don't think it's going to be BLM, but it's something along those lines.
Like something along those lines. Yeah. Okay.
We're in it together, or something like that, or some. It's just virtue signaling. It's like when the athletes wear like freaking pink socks. Oh, yeah, congratulations, you cured breast cancer.
Yeah.
It's just an empty virtual signal. But people want to watch sports to get away from that. I just want to see two gigantic men run full speed at each other and just knock their heads off. That's what I want to see.
Without helmets,
I don't want to see slogans on the back of helmets.
Well, we're in our sport here, we've just had a new round introduced called Pride Round. And there's two teams that go up against each other, and the numbers on their backs, instead of them being white, are rainbow colored.
Great.
Nice. Virtue signal.
They don't really know their audience very well. And I don't think the NFL understands this audience very well, and they're going to lose a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can tell you, I'm one of them. What's that?
He was going to say they had some kind of sex on the field.
Sex on the field,
Sex,
like that wrestling that Perry Chan did. That whatever that gay wrestling is, I don't know what that was.
Turkish wrestling, yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're playing.
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, you got to say Perry Chan did it. It's funny.
But yeah, to Greg's point, imagine you're ready to wake up Sunday morning and start watching the morning shows and then start watching the games at 1:00 if you're on the East Coast, and that's gone now, right? It's now we have to start the show and watch everyone kneel, and it takes you out of it. You're watching the shows to get away from that stuff, to get away from your job, to get away from the news. Mm-hmm. But there it is, right there, shoved in your face by corporate America to win brownie points.
It's the same as our entertainment, isn't it? We watch our Star Warses and we watch our Star Treks to escape. It's escapist entertainment, and now they're just flooding it with all the virtue signaling, all the this, all of that, and it's like you're saying, it takes you out of it. And
it's even worse with sports though, because sports is the one thing that's aired live on TV that is considered must watch live.
Yeah.
Not too many people watch games DVR'd or anything. So that's like you get primo advertising revenue during those things because people are watching those games live when they occur. They're not fast forwarding through commercials and everything. That's why the NFL can pay its players so much and the teams make so much money is because they get ad revenue. It's not just the fact that they get ratings. It's the quality of those ratings. Those ads get more eyes on them. That's just more valuable advertising revenue.
Yeah. And if those ratings aren't there, then they're not going to get the revenue. So
no, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt their whole league. And unfortunately, they're going to have to learn that one the hard way. I thought they kind of did for a little bit and they corrected, but now they're just, recent events. Now they're just going full bore, all fucking in. Mm-hmm. Like, well, goodbye. See you later.
Yeah.
So ridiculous, isn't it? So ridiculous. What's the XFL? I see that in the chat.
It's XFL. Gone.
Yeah, it folded, but The Rock bought it.
He bought it.
Here's what he bought. He bought the licenses and all that. I'm pretty sure like TV time and all that stuff did not come with the deal because he bought it for a stupid amount. No. What was it, $8 million or less, something like that?
Yeah, It was great. Like the XFL was 2 phases. So XFL way back in, what was it, the 90s?
2001.
2001.
Yes.
It was ridiculous. It was wrestling. It was like a football game with like wrestling storylines almost. Didn't work very well. It was mocked and rejected because the talent level wasn't there. They brought it back this year, and I was really getting into it. I like some of the rule changes that they did a lot, especially for kickoffs and kicks, which are the most boring plays in all of football.
Yeah.
Are involve kicking. Like, I think personally they should just get rid of punters entirely and just erase them from the record books, pretend they never existed. Get the fuck out.
That's why the game shouldn't be called football.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Fine. Well, you just want to be able to call your little footy football. But anyway, or soccer.
It's not soccer.
I really liked the rule changes. And the on the field talent, it was competitive and they were good games.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but like there was something there. Like I was hoping that they would continue to be successful so the NFL would adopt some of those specific rule changes, especially kickoffs and with kicks.
I like the rule changes in the AAF the year before, even though they couldn't even complete a full season. I like Canadian football. I like the rules up there that are different that makes the game more exciting. But yeah, it's really unfortunate that he probably had a shot at succeeding this time and the commie cough happened. So
Tom, do you need to run, mate?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I probably should here in a few. I got a few things I gotta get done, and I'm
do you not like sports, Tom?
Stream. Oh, I do all right. Just depends.
I just saw that in the private chat. I just thought, it might be a good chance to jump out if you wanted to.
Yeah. The funny thing with all this stuff, and you not like sports, you not like movies, video games and everything, they're all suffering from the same common shit.
Yes.
So like even if your hobby isn't touched yet, guess what? It's fucking coming.
It's coming.
It's corporate America is what it is. Yep. They're all 98% of companies are taking that route.
Cowardly.
Your hobby could be making puzzles, and they'll find a way. They'll find a way.
You're going to get non-binary and trans puzzles next. So just
it's coming. It's misogynistic to have a puzzle piece that sticks out like a cock and then fits inside the other puzzle piece. That's
yeah.
Like you should be able to do puzzles where you have to put two pieces that jet outward together somehow.
Right.
For the representation. Yeah.
And in the vein of 2 + 2 = 5, like every puzzle piece fits with the other.
God.
It does. Yeah. It will fit anywhere on the puzzle.
Yes, and there's no wrong answers.
Right.
It's a non-binary piece.
Yes. Perfect.
You can literally switch its gender on the fly.
You just give it a quick turn, and it's a different gender.
And it's a different gender. There you go. Yeah.
Daniel, we're talking about the sexism involved in puzzles.
I don't know how we even got there. It's so ridiculous.
It's because
well, just wait. Like some idiot for one of these fucking sites is going to write an article about that and make their $25 and have 8 spelling errors and no punctuation. But you'll see it on
puzzle is racist. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right, guys. I hate to do this, but I got to step out. So it's always fun hanging with you. And
thanks, Tom.
Thank you,
Tom. Take care, and hopefully, you guys have a good weekend, holiday weekend for those who are celebrating. Take care.
You too. Take care, man.
Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
That guy's awesome.
Yeah,
Tom,
Tom, Mara as well. If you guys are,
I think I put his link earlier. Hang on.
You did.
I think Mara is 4.
There it is again.
What'd you say? 4 members away from her goal for the next avatar.
Emoji. Yep. She needs 4 more channel memberships.
Yeah,
yep.
4 more channel memberships for Mara, guys. Let's do it.
So many great people in our community. It really is.
Yeah. I'm a member.
Rhino needs to get to 500.
Yes, I was at 475. 475.
Remind people that you're gonna blow shit up if you get to 500.
Yes.
Let me go and get it. Yes. I'll be right back. I'll go find it because I don't know what I've done with it. So hang on.
Yeah, give people that incentive.
Okay at the moment, guys.
25. Yes. There's 29 watching now. If any of you 29 aren't subbed to him, then go do it.
Hey, Greg, guess what?
What?
I'm on Mediacom Internet. No wonder it sucks.
You know my pain from when I lived in Iowa.
I lived up here for almost 6 years, man. That's what we had, and we had to deal with it. It was garbage. Yeah.
They weren't too bad for me, except for like after I left, they had those horrible storms roll through Iowa, and I guess they were down for like a week and a half or longer because they actually had the storms took out some of their major backbone lines. It wasn't just like neighborhood ones; it took out their backbone.
Oh wow!
So it took out like a whole huge territory, not just like a neighborhood or two.
Jesus!
Don't do it, Daniel James.
Daniel, don't do it.
That's no. Don't be like a cop from Victoria. Like let's change the whole fuck Victoria thing to fuck Victorian cops.
Yes, fuck Victorian government. Yeah.
Oh, are you talking about the handcuffing?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, just arresting people for like quote unquote inciting by like posting on Facebook, like.
Yep.
I really hope. I really would love to think that could not happen here, but I guarantee you, like, if I took a poll of my apartment complex, I bet you I would find at least 30% of the people would be like, "Yep, that's what the government should have done."
Yep. It's
unfortunate, but there's a lot of people out there that and the thing is like Victoria's numbers are like a joke. They're small compared to like your typical state in the United States.
Only straight from Victoria. Sorry.
It's not even like their numbers aren't even bad compared to most states in our country.
Yeah.
No, you're right. And the figures for the last like 2 weeks have been dropping. So I don't know why we're now extending until the 26th of October. Anyway.
So they can do more of what they did on what we're seeing online. Exactly.
He's doing a Palpatine. He just wants more power. He's not giving up his emergency powers. It's true. It really is. That's exactly right.
I love democracy. Power. I love democracy.
Okay, so very early on, like I think I was around like 150 subscribers or something like this. I can't remember whether or not I mentioned it in a live stream or in a video or something. But I said once I hit 500, I was going to blow up one of my Legos for all your entertainment. And it's obviously not one of the good ones. We're going to blow up Ray's brick.
Yes.
So I've got an idea of how I want to it's not going to be a long video or anything like that, but I got a little bit of an idea of how I want to incorporate some of the film footage into actually blowing this up. So I'm going to, I haven't even started working on it and I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to. So once I hit 500, I will start working on this video. It might take me a week or so to get it out, but I will get it out. And you'll see this Lego brick of Ray blow up.
Does it come with BB-8 and can he be included in the explusion if so?
Well, this is I don't even have a BB-8, so no, there's no BB-8, unfortunately. This is in here. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. So please subscribe and get ready for that once we hit 500. So that's going to be blown up.
You can even look in the thing, like how much
like I should just pull it apart and keep the pieces so that I can, make something that I want to make. But in all honesty, I think I'd have more enjoyment blowing this fucking thing up,
fun.
Pulling it apart and making something else out.
You need to see if you can rent a high-speed camera. Do it like MythBuster style, so you really get that
Well, that's the thing. There is gonna be a bit of a slow-mo thing on it as well. So hopefully we can get some. I've got to really, because how I'm gonna blow it up, it's gonna be real noisy. So I got to be careful that my neighbors don't go calling the cops on me, because you never know.
Rhino's the next video on Twitter.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna get arrested during the Full Aussie last night.
Don't be breaking my shit.
Yeah. I said some stuff on Lyndon's stream that
yeah, you did.
Considered pretty controversial.
Yeah, compared to the Facebook posts, you could they could label that incitement.
That's bullshit, though.
Is this going to be uploaded so we can go back and view it?
The thing on Lyndon's stream?
Yeah.
I think
it's still live.
I'm intrigued now.
We'll go back and watch it, but I'll tell you after the stream what I said. I'm not going to say it again live.
Okay.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No fucking no. Anyway.
Fool me once, shame on you.
What I said without saying it, but even if I just beat around the bush with it, it's very touch and go. So no, I'm not. I was very angry last night. Very angry last night.
Yeah, I remember I was listening to it and I was like, ooh. The poll.
It's a good question.
It's right where we left it. It is 12-9, so actually the distance closed a little bit.
Ooh, 12-9. I'm going to put it in the chat again.
Soul Assassin, there you go.
Put it on the poll. Break it on the poll. Is in the chat.
Yeah, so it is.
This is a good one.
Eddie Murphy Day. It is Trading Places versus Coming to America.
Tough one.
It's really a tough one. Hey, Ords, sorry I couldn't make it to your stream earlier, man. I hope you had a good time, man. Congrats on 600 again. It's awesome.
Got to schedule that drinking stream. I keep saying it.
Yes, we will. Absolutely, we're going to do it. We will do it. It's going to be fucking fun.
He's in his car, so he shouldn't be drinking right now.
I'm not drinking and driving. I'm not drinking. I'm just sitting here doing nothing.
He's drinking and streaming.
Drinking and streaming.
I don't even
have
water or anything here. I have nothing.
In his
car. Distracted parking.
Yes.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, on the poll, here's who everyone should vote for. Every time we talk about boxing, white man has to bring up Rocky Marciano. Rocky Marciano. That's the greatest scene ever. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Yeah, love it. It's fantastic. Hey man, no problem, Lords. Awesome.
Oh, the gap just got blown out again. It's now 14-9.
Damn it.
That is
blowing out the gap.
That is a good scene, but Trading Places, that when he's like drunk Santa Claus, that and he raids the Christmas party.
Yep.
I love that scene. Of course, the end scene where they pull a fast one on their frozen concentrated orange juice futures.
Yes, and then the Jamie Lee's breasts as well. So
yes, and then you have Jamie Lee Curtis as a hooker.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What was her name? Ophelia?
Yes.
I'm like, yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Until she went to jits.
Is Coming to America a sequel to Trading Places?
No,
we brought that up earlier, Mega Jetty. Yeah, there's just a cameo by those guys, Mortimer and the other
Mortimer
guy.
and Randolph.
Randolph, yeah.
Yeah,
so.
it's set in the same universe.
Yeah.
They both have the
Correct.
What's his name? Don Michi.
Same director too, though. Yeah.
I love Trading Places. I could watch anytime that was on TV. I would just stop and watch that.
Me too.
I don't know why. It was a fun story. Like when you first meet up with Eddie Murphy's character and he's like pretending to be like this veteran with no legs, and he's wheeling himself around, and the cops just like pick him up, and he's like, "Oh, there they are!" He's about his legs, and like, I just love that whole scene.
Murphy. Yeah,
that was Murphy when he was really at his best. But both the movies, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But as a supporting character or an additional character, I much prefer Dan Aykroyd to Arsenio Hall. Arsenio Hall, I thought was just kind of meh.
Yeah, he served his purpose in the movie, but that's about it.
Then Samuel Jackson did have a cameo in.
Well,
not really a cameo, a small role because he really wasn't big then. I guess it was just a role. He was the robber at McDowell's.
That was awesome.
And it had Soul Glow with the kept leaving like the freaking like grease spot on the back of the couches and shit.
Yeah.
Got to
let your soul
glow.
Let your spirit shine through. Amazing.
Those are good. Those are just classic, great 80s comedy movies.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell it's a great 80s. Go ahead.
I got a new piece of physical media yesterday, guys.
Oh, what was it?
Beetlejuice 4K Best Buy Steelbook.
All right.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice fucking model.
Honk honk. I can watch that movie over and over and over again.
Absolutely. Yeah, my wife likes that movie.
I love it.
I love that fucking DOC.
It's fantastic.
It's fucking what's his name? Oboe or like the
yes. Yeah,
I love that guy.
Yeah, me too. It's great. It actually comes with a digital copy, and I think I'm going to be giving that away during October. So part of my giveaway. So that'd be
cool.
That'd be cool. But yeah, well, good fucking movie.
Trey keeps tuning in because that might be on a future poll item.
Yes. I love Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Oh yeah.
Lot.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Oh hey Keely.
I love part 1, but part
1 and 2 are really good.
Yeah.
3's good, but it's not like
filler.
Yeah.
The great thing about those movies is it had just real. And again, it was not. He was great as the lead in there, but like Judge Reinhold and I forget the name of the other guy. It's just like perfectly cast to play off of him.
What was his name?
I don't remember his name, but he was like the straight laced, you know. Judge Reinhold played like the moron, the pretty boy moron cop, and the other guy played like the grizzled veteran, you know, straight arrow.
In the first movie, I love that scene in the car when they're on the stakeout and stuff, and they're talking about his diet and all that stuff. Yeah, it's amazing. And then in the second movie, that recurring thing, that running joke, you know, Billy, we got to have a talk. He's got all these guns everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what are you doing? I've always wanted to try this. Puts on a trench coat, 2 shots.
It has Belky in it, right? From Perfect Strangers?
Yeah.
Belky?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
The way he looks at Billy in that moment and says that line. It's so funny.
What's his name?
Yeah, Blake's got the character's name Taggart, but
no, but Balky is
Bronson Pinchot or something like
Pinchot.
Pinchot.
He was the one in that Stephen King movie. Yeah.
Serge.
Yes.
Yeah, Serge.
What's his reason for this visit?
What did he say? Oh man, it's so good.
Then he came back in that last movie, and that was just stupid.
It's like, get out of here! No, I can't. Like the way Eddie Murphy responds to him, it's so funny.
He offers his hand like.
Would you like
I didn't know if he wanted him to kiss his hand or what that was. But
would you like a latte with a lemon twist?
Yeah.
There's an actor that I really want to have have a renaissance in his career and kind of go back to that kind of stuff.
Please.
Is Eddie Murphy. Because man, he had some great fucking movies.
Absolutely.
Like even the dumb movies, like I hated the Golden Company. What the hell was that? Golden Child. That movie was pretty dumb, but like the moment when he's like rapping on the thing, like I want the what was it, the lamp or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's just so stupid, but I remember dying laughing on it because I'm like, he's sitting there rapping on it. God.
Then he started making stupid, like dramatic movies, or slightly dramatic. Like Boomerang was terrible.
Boomerang.
Oh, I hated that movie.
Me too.
I went to the theater to see it. Somehow they let us in before we were 17. So
that happened a lot.
You would have been better off if they told you not to go.
Yeah, exactly.
I did like him in Harlem Nights, though. I'll say that.
You liked what?
I liked him in Harlem Nights. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
like that. Yes. But man, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, there's the knife. The knife. I want the knife.
Favorite Eddie Murphy movie? I mean,
and his stand-ups, man, Raw and Delirious.
Both.
Oh man,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Raw's
Get me a zebra
classic.
woman. Eddie, I want half.
And then he does shit like fucking Norbit. You're like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He tried
Or the
to
Haunted Mansion, for God's sake.
try to become family friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. What, Rhino?
Hold on.
What you laughing at?
All right, hold on. This will probably get us hit.
Well, then don't play it.
But you're not monetized, so it doesn't matter.
I don't want to strike on my channel, though.
It's not a strike. Surely you're not going to get struck.
We'll see. What is it?
It is.
Greg can pull the plug if he wants. No, probably not struck. No. I don't know. But it's...
Oh, the scene from
Beverly Hills Cop. I want to see this.
Claim, maybe.
On the run and tell me, Summers, that Mr. Ahmed Fali is here.
Mr. Ahmed.
Ahmed Fali is here.
Axel. I know this scene.
Ahmed, Ahwell.
Foley. He just says Foley.
Foley.
Donnie, this cover this up. It's like the brace that a dog described.
Why did we get more Bronson Pinchot?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's because of that TV show. You didn't.
Espresso.
I'll be knocking on.
Dan was like, gay.
Perfect Strangers.
Yeah, Perfect Strangers.
I love Perfect Strangers.
Sometimes the world looks perfect.
Kind of typecast him though a little bit.
Yeah.
I see you look at this space.
Yeah, I was wondering how much something like this went for.
$130,000.
Get the fuck out of here!
I like his response. Get the fuck out of here! He's like, no.
Get the fuck out of here!
Oh, it's so good.
Have you ever sold these?
Sold it yesterday to a collector.
Get the fuck out of here!
Somebody else I said it myself.
Eddie Murphy's like almost cracking up there.
Yeah.
Like, how many takes did you think that took where they were doing that with each other's voices?
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Like, how do you not burst? Like, comedy's got to be the toughest acting to do. Like, everybody, drama wins awards, but comedy's got to be the toughest. Like, how do you do those scenes and not just fucking bust out laughing when they come back at you with like mocking your voice like that?
Yeah.
I love it.
Again, that's what I want to like. I would want to be. My perfect job would be to be like a documentarian about behind the scenes of like how a movie gets made, to film all that kind of fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it's shitty too with diva actors throwing hissy fits and all that jazz, but just moments like that to see that, like watch that getting filmed and like how many times it maybe took them to do it and how many times they just busted out laughing or couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
They had to take a break because they're just like, look, we're not going to get it. We can't stop giggling.
Yeah.
It was stupid things like this gun that made number 3 really bad. You know that gun
that stupid designer gun.
Yeah, this thing.
This is my booth, and it's the Survival Boutique. We are weapons and protective devices and products for survival in the helter-skelter world of today. At the Survival Boutique, I feel...
See, and I don't know what the big deal about representation is because all I'm seeing here is representation way back in the 80s.
Yeah,
right there.
Absolutely.
That's how,
and it's perfectly done, and it's comedic, and it's
correct.
Good.
It's not forced.
It's accurate. That's how like every gay guy is, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing too. Well, no, that's obviously not the case. You're being facetious there, but
well, yeah.
But like bring up the clip of the guy the sidekick guy in the Mannequin movie. I mean, there's another example. Like, oh yeah, that's not stereotypical at all.
Everything must conform to the 3 P's, okay, which is protection, prestige, and pretty. I mean, why?
Oh, Daniel, there's no way that guy made any girl moan.
to survive. You should be able to maintain your personal sense of style and be safe as well. Okay, what do you think this is? It looks like a keychain, but it's so much more. This is called a
Keychain.
stone. It is designed by a okay, very serious individual. I never see him smile. Also, I never see him.
I've never seen him in a pair of pants that fit.
Someone comes up to you. Do you want to die for your Camry? I don't think so, right?
Camry.
A little bit of deception. I want to separate the house keys from my car keys. Okay, I'm just going to push this button. Okay, and he says, "Okay," and then you push this button. Out it comes from the mechanism, the brightest blinding light ever that you're seeing. He cannot see. He's like this. Everyone is running. Once again, you have survived.
I will say that's the other thing too. He wasn't as good in the third one as he was in the first one.
You know why? There was too much.
Yeah.
There's too much, and they kept going back to the shtick. It's like Joe Pesci's character in Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, yeah.
Like too much of Leo, then it was like it became annoying.
Yeah. Anyway, I just love that. Get the fuck out of here. No, I cannot. It's so good.
It's like two totally different types of people interacting.
Yeah,
That's what makes it hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not like Axel Foley's standing there going, "Oh, look at this guy. He's a gay guy." He's communicating with him, having a good time, having a bit of fun with it as well. Like nothing wrong with any of that.
Everything, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with
he wasn't like impulsively like, I have to beat this gay up.
That's right.
No kidding. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, it's a very good lesson, Daniel. That's just
yeah, you're absolutely. He's so lovable. Yet, and I'm straight. Like it's the same. I'm the same. It's a lovable character because it's so funny. It's I don't know. We can all connect with that character in some way, I suppose. Oh, Bond.
I still haven't watched that trailer. I need to watch it.
I have no desire to watch it, honestly.
I'm a Bond fan,
because
but
they were talking about it. I
honestly,
wanted to say something about it. Yeah.
this is what I'm talking about with all our entertainment, though. Every single piece of our entertainment at the moment seems to have to be inserted with identity politics or some sort of woke bullshit. And I'm just not interested in that. I'm not interested in going and wasting my money to sit there and maybe get half an hour out of a 2-hour film of some sort of entertainment, and the rest of it is somebody preaching to me about, this female character being completely, able to do everything and all. Like, it just tell a good story. And I specifically say a woman character because
Jesus.
Do tell.
Yeah. Anyway. Now I lost my train of thought. Thanks, Daniel.
Yeah, that was the idea.
That doesn't help.
That's right. You're right on that one too, right there. Yeah. The thing is, though, like Bond trailers.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
I don't know about that.
Wow.
You're being a bit fucking mean there, man. No.
Play the sexy music, Greg.
That's a good scene, though.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have that.
We all have to turn, look, yeah. Sexy music time.
If you have that in your clips here, I don't know where it is, and I'm not going to find it.
I do not. No sexy clips. Just the one of Rhino saying he's gonna give me a kiss.
Fuck your lips like this.
Yeah.
God, where is that?
That's from Goonies.
There it is.
I got it from The Little Mermaid.
Here's a kiss. Fuck your lips like a dish.
There it is.
Thank you, Lyndon.
Yes, the clip master.
That was funny though. That was funny. That was it. Yeah.
It's
Hey,
just so
what was
funny.
the other topic? Did we miss something? Racism.
It was Robert Patterson.
Oh yeah.
It was Robert Patterson. Patterson's,
Oh,
diagnosis
Bat
or
bug.
COVID thing.
Got the bat
Yeah.
bug.
What does that mean?
COVID booty.
No kidding.
Does it mean he tested positive for having the antibodies, or is he actually symptomatic? And that's what I never understand when we hear these.
The article said that he was told to get tested after he showed up for work with a fever.
Okay,
but there's
So
it depends on the article you read. You don't know. It sounds like he was symptomatic and told to go home, and then they then obviously they tested him, and then it's like, okay, yep, you got it.
Yeah, I hope he enjoys his cold.
Yeah.
An extra 2 weeks off, not exercising.
Yeah.
That'll be.
I told me I'm supposed to exercise. I'm like, no, like, don't exercise. He's like, good, because I want to go to anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it just sucks. My concern again is not just like the Batman, because they had plenty of time to get that movie done. That's not a big deal that they got delayed a couple weeks.
They were ahead of schedule on shooting too.
Yeah. They got plenty of time to get that thing done. It's like the fact that his test, and then the Rock's, and granted he said he's already over the bad part of it, or is already recovered, but like it seems to be like a lot of celebrities, the ones that are working, are coming down with it. So like either they're hypocrites and not doing what they're preaching, which would be like, oh my god, a total shock, or these protocols that they're putting in place on these sets is just not sufficient.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think so. Like you can't get your hair done, but like you can sit in a makeup chair for 6 hours.
Yeah.
But you can't, but a regular Joe can't get his hair cut.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make it doesn't. Well, it's Hollywood. It's hypocrisy at its best. Yeah, he's already recovering from it, but like the fact that he got it in the first place is a concern. How many did he spread it to while he was on the set? Because these people do work in close proximity to each other.
They do
for extended periods of time. So, particularly when you get into like wardrobe, makeup, those people, it's not even the actors it's not even between the actors so much. It's like the actors and the crew and craft services, the people that have to clean up their trailers and wait on them hand and foot and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Like I'm concerned that. Well, I'm not concerned. I'm delighted, honestly, because I think, me personally, I think Hollywood can't go bankrupt fast enough.
Yeah.
I would love every studio to just go completely fucking broken full. I would love that to death.
Me too.
Because it would mean the end of movies for a while, but they'll come back in a different format and something that's maybe a little bit more sustainable as far as the production costs and things like that. Because Hollywood does need to get off this $200 million production binge that they've been on. And unfortunately, it seems like streaming has been a great revenue source, but it's also been a floodgate of irresponsible spending as well. The money that they're throwing after some of these productions, and then what they're getting for it, is just, again, not sustainable. Even if Netflix achieved a total monopoly, they would not be able to sustain their business paying that kind of money to recruit and produce these shows.
And we have a vast array and library of movies we can watch from the past 100 years. I can live on that, and YouTube and whatever else.
Yeah, I think live entertainment is the future, and the fact that pretty much anybody with a couple $100 of hardware can make a show.
Mm-hmm.
Like the hard part is getting people to watch it.
Look at some of the really good fan films that have come out in the last 10, 15 years, especially now in the last 5 years. Some of the really good horror fan films that have come out based on these franchises that can't even make a fucking movie that's worth a shit in the theater.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it should be going. Let Hollywood fucking fold. Let the fans take over.
Well,
Yeah.
they just got to, like I said, they just got to get their budgets under control. They got to stop. They can't expose themselves. Well, I mean, maybe they're still going to have to get the thing is it's not like the writers and like the key grips and everything have been making outrageous money per hour.
I know.
But their special effects budgets, the actors have, but only the top, for a group of people that really have a problem with class envy, they really don't practice what they preach at all. Because if you look, there's at any given moment, there's maybe 10 to 20 high paid actors or actresses.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a cliff from there.
But think of that big group. Cut their salaries down a lot, and how much money you saving right there.
Well, yeah. I mean, and we're talking people.
If they don't take the pay cut, there are actors waiting in the wings that will take that pay cut, and they will take those jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when it was a huge deal for an actor to get $50,000 for an episode for a TV show, $50,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now think about that. a TV show can take a week to film, and they're long days, but you're getting paid $50,000, man.
Yeah,
that's a lot of hours that the rest of the world would probably have to work to grind out that kind of money.
Thinking about how many episodes they would put out a season too.
Yeah, your typical seasons used to be even for your drama 24. Shows, 20. In the Star Trek world, it was 25, 26 episodes a season. And now we have to wait a year to get 8 episodes.
I know. And the budgets are doubled.
Oh, way beyond doubled. Way beyond. Yeah. Star Trek The Next Generation was considered an expensive show at its time at a budget of $1.5 million an episode. The current Star Trek is over 10 times.
Mandalorian.
Yeah. The current Star Trek episode's over 10 times that.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Is that adjusting for inflation or not?
That is not adjusting for inflation.
But still,
so you'd have to adjust 1.5 from 1989 to current day, which would probably get you, $3-4 million maybe.
Yeah.
But remember, that was considered one of the most expensive shows on TV at the time. And TV was very different back in the 80s. There was a lot less competition. So a TV show, your top rated TV shows would get 30 plus million people watching it live.
Mm-hmm.
Now your top shows now barely past 14 million, tops.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
that's for your the top show.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah.
Because you can just go back and watch it.
Well, that and there's just so much other competition. There's way more channels. I mean, you're talking 80s. I mean, there wasn't even Fox.
Yeah.
Much less Fox and CW.
Yeah.
So just broadcast. We have 2 more broadcast channels. We have streaming, and we have all this other things that are competing for views. So it's not even close. Those shows made tons of money back then because they dominated the audience. That was the only place if you wanted to advertise something, you did it on those shows. So they were making pretty good money. But again, 1.5 was considered very expensive because it was a science fiction show, and they didn't use digital there. So all the ships and everything, those are models.
I think they used a little bit of digital, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but the ships were models. I'm sure they used some green screen.
You know what, though? I remember seeing LeVar Burton on an episode of Reading Rainbow. He went to ILM, and they were doing some effects shots with the D. Now, I don't think it was extensive, but I think certain ones where it's spinning away when it got hit by something. I could have sworn ILM did some of that, but it wasn't sophisticated and moving. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. So
yeah. It's easier to do now because once you have the models drawn in the 3D environment, it's just manipulating within that environment.
Right.
And usually then it's against a pretty static background, a star field or something like that. Pretty easy. Not a whole lot of high detail in the background. So
yeah.
But even back then, I mean, so it took more time than anything to get that stuff filmed. So they would be working on a couple different episodes concurrently because they'd film one, get that done, and then it'd be in post for a while, and then you'd have to do you might have to do some touch-up shots and reshoots or re-record some of the audio and dialogue and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit there with Trey. Like, I can go back and watch a lot of old stuff, old TV shows over and over again because they are just entertaining. And it's like I said earlier, a lot of them can be timeless. But even the ones that aren't, for example, let's just use Seinfeld, for example. You know, they talk about topics within Seinfeld that are for that day. A lot of it, you know, it is definitely a show about nothing, but they do talk about specific topics for that time period. But you can still always go back and watch it because of the comedic side of it, I suppose, to how they talk about it. But TV shows now, there is a lot of competition. So it's like you've got to come up with a pretty damn good idea to get a good audience behind it and watch it. But then when you've got something like, for example, let's say Lower Decks that comes out, you've already got this core fan base that they should all be into this thing. They should all be watching it, as well as getting whatever new fans they want to get from it. But they don't, and they don't honor what came before. They don't pay any homage to what came before. And people just go, well, it's only Star Trek in name, isn't it? You know, that's how I see it with entertainment now. There's so much competition, but not only the competition side of it, it's also the amount of crap and, you know, the amount of, I suppose, homework that a lot of these new creators don't want to do. Yeah. They just want to do their own thing, and it really fucks with TV even now. Not only movies, but TV now.
Very true.
All our entertainment is slowly being destroyed, really. I mean, even music in this day, I just see, you know, I just saw the word music in the chat and it kind of made me think, music in this day and age, it isn't like the music, and now I'm really starting to sound and feel old saying what I'm about to say, but it's no music now tells like a story, or there's not too many out there that, you know, really have much meaning or anything like that. Whereas, you know, it's more about having a wet pussy or something like that. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Well, that's important. Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
don't want it to be too dry.
But I mean, you just go back. I'm talking about
dry.
You know, the extremes that I would be talking about is something like Dire Straits, for example. Their music, they told stories through their music.
Well, that back then it used to be a thing where on an album the artist would try and tell a story throughout the whole album. So the album would have an overall story and theme.
Yeah,
and then the songs would go through it. But now you're selling for the single, so
it used to be artistic.
See you, Mega Jetty.
It used to be artistic in the see you, Mega Jetty. It used to be artistic in the way that they put it together and all of that sort of thing. Now it's just about dropping it and making the money out of it, and everything is changing. Everything. All forms of our entertainment are being fucked over in some way because the people that are now making it don't honor what came before.
That looks scary.
Anyway,
oh, what the hell?
There's a ghost behind you, dude. What the fuck is that in the back seat? What the fuck? Dude! Oh my god!
That's a body. You're not supposed to see that.
Jesus. Oh shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have said that.
I know, right? Yeah.
But that's another favorite of mine, or my wife's. That band you just mentioned.
Dire Straits.
Dire Straits. Yeah, two of their songs
dead
came
bodies
on.
in the back seat. Oh, that's creepy. But okay. Now, what was their big song?
Well, there was that one.
Money for Nothing.
Money for Nothing.
That one.
Yeah.
Money for Nothing.
That one.
That has the F word in it.
Made that one. Yeah.
The other F word.
Yeah.
Yeah. The three letter one.
Dire Straits wasn't Smoke on the Water. That was
Deep Purple.
Deep Purple.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But they're another one. That's another great example of a band that used to be very artistic through the development of their music or the production of their music. You know, even Michael Jackson. You know, you think about some of his music and you know, I mean, his video clips told stories. It was artistic what they did, and now it's just about you know, coming up with a catchy tune with some catchy lyrics and let's just make millions.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
it's like I know I went off onto the music thing, but you bring it back to all entertainment, TV, movies, art,
puzzles,
in any way, shape, or form.
Puzzles, yeah.
Puzzles. I mean, it's like you said, if you've got a hobby that hasn't been touched yet by wokeness, show me on this doll where wokeness touched you.
The woke dial.
You know, if it hasn't been infiltrated yet by wokeness, it will be.
Yeah,
it will be. It's coming.
I think Mega J
or identity politics or
racism
or whatever the isms are now. Whatever's popular at the time, you just wait.
Yeah, and what's sad is I think we were really on a downward trend until late May came, and then
Sorry, can I just say the only thing that won't is chess, and that's because a queen is stronger than the king.
There you go.
But is it white?
Oh, well, it depends. The black pieces get extra shots.
If not, they'll just make both sides black.
White always goes first, but black gets an extra shot every go.
See you, Matthias.
See you, Matthias.
But yeah, it's, I really think this stuff was starting to show hints that it's going away, and then stuff in May happened, and then here we are. It's even worse than it was before. So But I really think that, in the future, at some point, we'll look back in the 2010s and laugh, because this is just so absurd.
It is absurd.
I mean,
the funny thing is I wish everybody in the world right now would just seriously just take a step back, take a deep breath, and just go, okay, what do we need to do to actually get along?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know it sounds ridiculous. We're in 2020, for fuck's sake. I thought when I was, looking back as a kid in the 80s and 90s and things like that, I thought a lot of things have developed and gone very much in the right direction. We hit 2020 and we seem to go further past where we were back in the 1930s or 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have declined in a year or 2 years, or 4 years. We've declined in the last 4 years as a society, as a worldwide society, so much that we've gone further past our history, and we're now living we're creating a worse history now than history is real. And not only that, the people out there that want to destroy the history so we can't even learn from it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what's that movie? The one that they tried to, the wind one.
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind.
Mm-hmm.
The wind one.
I knew nobody would get it from that reference.
Maybe the Civil War movie, you mean, or the wind one.
The wind
the
one.
one where it's windy.
I knew somebody would get it. Anyway, like, seriously, if the people saying that this needs to be cancelled because it portrays black people really badly, and it's showing true history on screen, the one thing that they're forgetting to look at is that the black female character or black female actress, should I say, from that movie won awards for that role.
They don't care.
Right?
They don't care because she was portrayed like the way she
that
was.
Culture, moving that race forward. Seriously, people need to step back and go, I'm serious. I got to look at myself in the mirror and tell myself, I got to stop being a fucking dickhead. I really got to stop being a dickhead, because I really am just being a dickhead.
That was a horrible win movie there, Daniel. Horrible. Yeah. Too political.
It's not. I would love to say that I think it's going to get better. It's not until people realize that, because if you really get to the root of it, it is nothing more than petty envy. And until people realize,
it'll change when we start using live ammunition.
Well, that might be the case. But until people realize that somebody else's success did not come at the expense of your own, this is going to continue to happen because you have a class of people who believe that another class of people has somehow robbed them of because they have something. It's somehow keeping you from obtaining that thing, and it's just a gross misunderstanding of history. Because if you look at the history and the standard of living throughout this entire world and its history, the standard of living keeps getting better and better and better for even the worst off people on the planet are living better than the best people lived 200 years ago. And it's going to continue to get, that continues to happen because that's just how things work. And we're never going to get to some Star Trek utopian society because you can't separate people away from the envy. The people look at a guy like, oh, look at here, we have a guest.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
hi.
Hello, Anna.
What's
How
up?
are we today? What time is it for you?
It's 11:56.
Yeah, it's midnight nearly.
It's early there.
Yeah, it's
the West
Yeah,
Coast.
it's all right. Anna's not going to sleep for another 7 hours from now.
I know, and I'm so tired. I've been on normal people time, and so
people
really,
that's so funny.
Yeah, so I have to stay up because it was like 108 today, and so I was just melting.
Jesus.
So I couldn't get any work done. So I'm like, I can only work at night when it's like tolerable.
You need to get yourself a room air conditioner for that office you have.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, I can't wait until I do. But by then, once we get like the electricity situation sorted out, it'll be winter.
Yeah,
when I won't need
in
it.
there. You'll need a heater in there because it's always getting cold in winter for you in there. How's your R2 coming along? I saw a few little updates.
Oh, it's going good. I haven't been able to work on it today, but I'm hoping to finish, or fingers crossed, I can finish it this week.
Nice. Looks awesome.
But HK, all I need to do is put varnish on him, and he's done.
Nice.
That looks really good.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
That's awesome.
Does the heat mess with any of your paint supplies and anything, or do you move those kind of into the house?
No, because they're oils, so they do dry faster, which I actually like because usually it would take like a month or so for it to dry. But so what I'll do is I'll paint a section and then I have to stop, or else if I go to paint more, it'll get really muddy. So this, it's like I paint for like 2 hours, then I have to stop, or else, if you go past that point, then it'll just mess up. So it's like a good timer, and then I just come back and it's dried to the amount that it needs to be, and then I just pick it up again.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I watched your Qui-Gon video, and I learnt a lot sitting there just watching it in regards to how you actually do your shadings, and this, like, it was really, really good. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm no artist, so I'll never use anything that I sort of learned. But it was good to know how you do it, really.
It's fascinating, but I have no need to shade stick figures because that's about all I can draw.
You do a stick and then you do a shadow on the ground of another stick. There's my shading.
That is the level of my drawing talent. I wish I could draw, but nope.
Well, you don't need to know how to draw, but so when you look at like something like a Star Wars movie poster, when they use the doll from Sideshow, you can maybe give a little bit of a more in-depth analysis on how they create the colors and stuff, just from learning about color theory and stuff in videos like that.
That's true.
Yeah. So what were you guys doing before I interrupted the fun?
What were we talking
about? Oh, bitching about the world.
Oh,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's kind of what we were doing. We're complaining about woke society and whether or not it'll ever get better. And I was theorizing that it won't until people stop being envious of other people's success.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. And also, hello, Tim. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, same to you, man.
Yes, welcome to Open Airlock Policy. There is my shadow.
That's awesome.
Great shadow.
Kickstarter that shit.
Yes.
There you go.
No. There's actually an artist that all he does is he does animations, but with Sharpies and stick figures.
Like actually moves animation on
Yeah,
the
but he
screen?
doesn't do anything in depth. It's like that level of stick figure. Let me see if I can find it. It's really it's like dark sense of humor type of stuff. So like people
That's
are
always
dying.
good.
I'm actually glad you're
Savage
here, Anna.
Death.
While you're finding that, like, we haven't even really spoken about Lower Decks. Have you been watching that? I know you
I have not watched 4 or 5.
Me
After
either.
the last-
I watched 3. I watched up to the first 3 as well, and then these guys are still watching it. I'm like, no, I'm
I'm
out.
going
I am
to.
out.
I am going to, but I just didn't. I was in a good mood, and I didn't want to spoil said good mood.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna watch it today because I'm in a good mood.
Exactly, and I'm like, why do I want to? I'm like, I will, but not right now.
Yeah,
they're actually the 2 best episodes of the season, but they're still not good.
Yeah,
That's sad.
Yeah, it is.
It is really sad. Like, I'm still watching it and doing the reviews, and I think the last one is like it had potential. They ruined it at the very end of the episode. It was going in a decent place. The last episode in particular, the 5th one, actually had like a Star Trek mission plot where they didn't like fuck things up on their own and then just have to fix their own screw ups. It was just like a regular Star Trek mission. And I was like, oh my God, this is actually kind of feels a little bit like Star Trek now.
Whoa.
But then it got to the end of the episode?
The end of the episode, they really kind of dropped the ball. I was like, oh man, you guys, you were close to getting something.
Was it Mariner?
It was, yeah, well, everything wrong with the show generally centers around Mariner. I didn't like, I'm really not liking Tendi either. In fact, I think I like her less than I like Mariner.
Oh my God, I hate her. I hate her so much. The thing about her is she's not as much up in your face as Mariner is, but it's
she's manipulative.
Aggressive without being passive aggressive, you know?
You're not going to like her in the last episode then.
Well, I hated the one where the one dude goes and changes all of his job, and she's like, because at first she like totally peer pressures him. She's like, "Oh, that's okay. You're not gonna be one of those people that doesn't keep your promises. Okay, good to know." And it's like, "Oh, I hate you. I know girls like that. I fucking hate it."
I think Doomcock's not the only one that's losing views on their reviews of it. I think everyone is. I think it's losing
my
that
last
much
one.
interest.
No, I have a very small channel, like 120 some subscribers, and I went from ranging from 3 to 700 on it to now this last one was like 50 something.
Let me see.
So this is.
I think I get lucky.
Don't tell me your numbers. It's just going to depress me.
Well, no. So let me see the fall.
Man, it's 150,000 subscribers. Chill out.
Oh, I know she's earned it though. I mean, like, I'm not envious. I'm just like, oh man.
I think the thing with mine is it makes me break. And so I ended up just reenacting the damn episode. And I think people like when I have very high energy videos. So I notice if I don't have energy, I should not be making a video because then, people can, I don't know, they can just read that. That makes sense. And so the more
you get angry, when you get angry too, you get really like, you're active and emotional, and that's I think what confused as well.
I know you have the eye thing, but I swear to God, you're gonna pass out on one of these videos when you do it because I could tell when you have that energy. Because like I feel like you're just like 2 seconds away from losing all your oxygen and passing out.
Well, no,
because you talk so fast.
I don't think I could talk that fast if it wasn't for the eye thing.
Yeah. That's funny.
But
it's a gift.
I definitely did have a fall off because I got like half the amount of views as my first review, but I think that's because the first one is always gonna have a lot of traction because it's like the first episode that comes out.
Yep.
Well, even the ratings, it always is the most watched episode. Every premiere of an episode is big, and then it loses its audience over the course of the season.
Well, my last review triggered a few people, and
I noticed.
Oh yeah, I
was just like, whoa.
I didn't EFAP on one of those. I EFAP'd one of those videos on my Casual Rage.
Oh really?
Anti-tracker. Yeah.
And we did anti-trackers.
Yeah.
we smacked him around a little bit.
He deserved it.
He did deserve
it.
Yeah.
It's just like in situations like that when somebody has my contact information and I'm just a DM away. It's like if you have a problem, just DM me.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. And I don't know. I don't make videos about other YouTubers, and I understand that other people do, but that kind of stuff, especially it's like when I used to consider you a friend, and like the way that I don't know. It just
I can see that you don't really want to talk about it, so let's not.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
No, but on the
let's-
drop-offs, I think that people, these reviews from all of you confirm what they probably knew, that this shows a stain upon the franchise, and they heard enough and they don't want to see anymore, whether it's the show itself or reviews. I'm still going to watch yours though, Greg. So
thank you. I think it's consistent with modern Star Trek. Picard had the same thing.
Yeah.
There was high interest in the show, therefore there was high interest in the videos when the first couple of episodes rolled out.
Mm-hmm.
But then around episode 4 or 5, it just dropped off a cliff.
Right. Yeah.
And if you can kind of get a gauge for what their actual ratings would be, because they don't publish their numbers because it's behind the paywall and they don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to measure review enthusiasm and then like put that up against their ratings, I think their ratings will probably follow the same trend line.
Yes.
As our reviews.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just a normie, and I was only watching it to, make sure that I could stay up to date with the conversation that we all have here. But I'd rather just hear from you guys how bad it was now. I can't sit through not even 20 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm not that much into it that I just can't do it.
Did any of you guys watch Star Wars Resistance?
Yes.
I watched 5 minutes of it, and that's all I could take.
Just a little bit of it.
You suffered through it, though, didn't you, Anna?
I did. I haven't.
I suffered.
A few people are mad that I didn't watch because the last episode's a 2-parter, and I didn't watch the second part because I was like, no, fuck this. This is stupid. You had the main character be a complete moron the entire season, then all of a sudden, the last episode, he's a genius. It just, ugh.
But this is the funny thing about Lucasfilm and how they promote these things. Like, this wasn't supposed to be what it ended up being. I thought that this was just going to be an offshoot, and it was going to be a racing animation within the Star Wars universe. It's almost like the same thing. The same thing with The Mandalorian. There's going to be a bounty hunter series. It's not going to have any Force users in it. It's going to be basically showing the underground of the Star Wars universe. Okay.
Wrong.
How much of that did we actually get? I think personally, there was one episode that everybody didn't like that said that it was filler that was supposed to be what we got. And it was the one where they break into the prison. The one where they break into the prison. Correct. That's the only episode that actually lined up with what they promoted this series to be, and everyone hated it because of what the series ended up being. I'm going to be doing. Sorry, I know I went off to Mandalorian here, but I'm going to be doing a breakdown.
Always back to Star Wars with you.
Oh, it is. It's always back to Star Wars. But I'm going to be doing after my next video on the hyperspace. I'm going to be taking a break from the series just quickly, watching each episode of The Mandalorian, doing reviews on those because The Mandalorian Season 2 is about to come, and I can already see that Season 1 was The Force Awakens, Season 2 will be The Last Jedi. And if people don't see it, if people haven't been able to see it already, the cuteness of Baby Yoda makes it okay. Okay. All right, let's see if that holds up.
Well, okay, I'm a hardcore Baby Yoda fan. I love
know
him
that.
so much. I still didn't finish The Mandalorian because I did not like it.
Well, it destroys lore. Even Baby Yoda using the Force destroys lore. It's a big justification for Rey.
Well, okay, Baby Yoda didn't bother me. Even like with that, he's a Yoda. She's a human. He's 50 years old. Maybe he could have been watching. I don't know. My mind can make excuses for it, whereas a human, not so much. But the Mandalorian is a fucking idiot. How is he still alive? How the fuck is that idiot still alive? like when I'm watching a movie or a show and I can think of like 10 better solutions for a problem than the main character and it's not a comedy, I immediately check out.
Yeah, it's your suspension of disbelief. You can't actually insert an excuse into your head that makes that okay. And that's what we need within sci-fi. That's what we need within our fantasies. We need to be able to justify it in our heads so that it seems more real.
Yeah.
And that's where the laws come into play. But see, that's where the biggest thing for me is the tracking fobs.
That makes no freaking sense. And I was like, okay, were they in like a prison at one point and they got injected with this? And once it's in there, you can't take it out and you die. But no, it's just,
it's magic.
Did nobody think about this? Were they not in a room saying, okay, let's come this? And then somebody said, hey, how does that work? And they're like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just use it.
But the thing that annoys me about it the most is the fact that they even fuck with the whole laws of the tracking fobs within their own series. Within the first season, the Mandalorian wants to leave the Yoda species thing with the villagers. Right? And he knows that he found this thing using a tracking fob. And he knows that he's running away from the guild, the Bounty Hunters Guild or whatever, and he doesn't think that they're going to send more bounty hunters with more tracking fobs after it, up until the very end of that episode where Gina Carano kills the guy with the tracking fob, and she goes, oh, they're never going to stop looking for him, and he's like, oh, well, then I've got to take it with me.
It's like, get the tracking fob out of the damn kid.
But that's the thing.
If there's something physical that they're tracking.
That's right.
Yeah. You don't even know that they're tracking something physical, or if it's DNA or species or what, biometrics.
Doesn't make sense. And people are just willing to accept it because Baby Yoda's cute. Okay, good on ya. I don't get it. So cute. Might be cute, and I don't want to again, for those people that like Baby Yoda and his cuteness and everything, you be happy with you do you. But when it comes to I was a bit like you, Anna, where in my head I was thinking, okay, yeah, the Baby Yoda's 50 years old. Imagine if they locked him up into a prison and they prodded him until he just used the Force because it just happened to be Force sensitive, right? But again, I start thinking about that. I'm like, that's not really how the Force works. You know what I mean? It still takes patience, it still takes training, and it still takes concentration and to learn how to use these things. And the biggest justification that they put out there was the Force healing episode. The episode where Baby Yoda Force heals, they brought that episode out just before the Rise of Skywalker so they could justify Rey doing it, right? And the reason why they did that was because they knew everybody would be like, oh, Baby Yoda, he Force healed. Oh, Baby Yoda, I'm okay with that. Rey comes out and does it. If you say, oh, fuck that, she wasn't trained, what is this bullshit, but you like Baby Yoda, well, then you are a sexist.
Hey, Randall, before we get too much further in here, I think Jeff has got to say good evening. I think his phone might be running out of batteries. He's on vacation and I've been...
Yes, I'm basically in my car doing the show tonight. And Greg, thanks for hosting tonight, man. I appreciate that as well.
I'm trying to keep track of all the screens.
Yeah.
I'm not used to doing this.
Yeah, in 4 hours I'm gonna have two nieces jumping on me to get up. So I basically have all day stuff to do with my family. I came up here to visit my wife's family for the week and hang out with them. So yeah. But thanks, Anna, for coming on too. I appreciate you being here, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you again soon. But I'm gonna let these guys talk to you a little bit longer. But I will see you guys later. And
thanks, Jeff,
and Greg, and Rhino, and Tim, and everybody else who was on tonight. I'll talk to you guys soon.
See you, Jeff.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yep. Have a good night.
See ya.
Night. Have fun.
But the thing, fuck those tracking fobs. They don't fit with prior lore, but let's just say they did. They could have made it interesting in the show explaining how these things work, but they didn't. It was just, it works and that's the end of it. It could have been a plot point.
But this is the thing. I don't even think they've got an explanation for it.
Now, no, they don't.
I know when George Lucas was making Star Wars originally, I'm sure there were things that he didn't have explanations for, right? And then he had to come up with them afterwards. But we're now so entrenched in the laws of the Star Wars universe, right, that when we see Leia in space and think, oh, this is when they're going to kill off the Leia character because Carrie Fisher's left us. And then she uses the Force and comes back into the ship. I'm sorry, but my suspension of disbelief cannot go that fucking far. It's space.
Yeah.
You know, the laws of space in the real world still apply to the laws of space in this fantasy or this sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, I can make excuses if it was an alien or maybe a dark side user that had, like, you know, abilities that, you know, but you'd have to see like some kind of strain on them. She literally just opened her eyes and pulled herself. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Like,
and she was like all crusty and stuff too, like she was iced up or something. It just looked weird too.
Yeah.
Well, they use these same exact effects that they used on Star-Lord.
Yeah.
In,
yeah, correct.
Guardians. Yeah. I'm like, well, that was lazy.
But I just think, you know, with the Leia thing, the vacuum of space would have killed her immediately. No matter who, like, that could have been Anakin Skywalker, and he would have been dead immediately. And he's supposed to have a higher midichlorian count than Master Yoda and be, you know, one of the most powerful Force beings in the universe. If Anakin had been sucked into the vacuum of space, he would have died immediately. Just like
you can survive for
else.
about 45 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because look at my name. I know this. So I've read a lot about this. But yeah,
it's practice. He keeps opening
45 seconds.
Yeah.
Leia had her eyes closed for about 45 seconds.
Yeah,
before
she was dead.
them.
That was stupid. Yeah.
Well, that and she didn't just like get let out an airlock. She got blown off the bridge of her ship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And managed to avoid all debris. She was knocked out, so something hit her.
Yes.
Then she woke up and then did all that stuff. So there's just no.
But then
there's
the
no
cut.
physics reason for her to survive.
But then there's also the cut. She flies back into the bridge of the ship that she just got blown out of, and they're all going up to the door. Are you telling me those doors opened without being sucked out into the vacuum of space? It's again, that's why they put the cut in there. And then all of a sudden you see Leia on the gurney, right?
Well, I mean, come on. They used the soap opera coma gimmick to write her out of the story for a while, so we know that this wasn't exactly high art here. I mean, literally, that's the shit you see in a freaking soap opera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's actually true about Starkiller, Soul Assassin. I just noticed. Yeah, Don't get me wrong. Like, this is the thing. It is sci-fi. It is fantasy. If it can be explained to me logically, then I'm willing to have the explanation. But if it can't be, and there's so many laws in reality, and there's so many laws that are being created in that universe that don't abide to that, it's like. And I'm doing it now. It's like the hyperspace skipping. I don't want to get too much into it because I want people to watch my video. But, you know, to not put in coordinates, they even do it in Rogue One when they're trying to escape that first attack of the Death Star. And he's like, I haven't yet put in the coordinates. And he goes, I'll make them for you. And then he punches into hyperspace. No. Basically, you just fucking killed yourself anyway. You may as well have just stayed under the thing. You should be flying into a planet or something like that. For Han Solo to be flying through the shields at hyperspace and coming out of hyperspace within the atmosphere and gravity of a planet. No, gravity wells pull you out of hyperspace. It doesn't work. There's laws created for this reason so that I can make it make sense in my head. And you just go, nah. We're just going to create hyperspace skipping, and they jump in and out of planets into the fucking atmosphere of planets constantly. And guess what? They're there. Bang, 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 bang. There's no time. When you're in hyperspace, it still takes time to get there. It's not bang. You punch in, punch out, and you're at a new fucking planet. You got more of a chance of ending up in the vacuum of space. Sorry, I've been making this video and I've been going through it, and Yeah,
got a little
anyway.
raging there. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
did.
Yeah, you can't go light speed and then just cut to sublight, which means you're just barely going under light speed, hit atmosphere, and not like get burned up.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, the friction from hitting atmosphere at that speed would be substantial. Never mind the fact that you wouldn't be able to slow down fast enough to not crash into the planet really fast. But
Don't you guys like miss it when they actually cared about getting things like science right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
It's like, you know,
well,
with
now it's just they want something that looks cool.
I hear
it
about
just needs
this,
to look cool.
I hear about this Vulcan mind meld across the galaxy in the new Star Trek.
Oh,
and even I know that is fucking so destructive.
Oh no, Anna, have you seen Discovery?
You know what? I watched. I can't even say that I really watched it. I had it playing in the background when I was painting, and so my focus was in and out. I got up to the part like when I actually stopped painting and I sat and I was watching it to the mirrored mirror or the mirror universe where she's talking to the good guy Klingon, but her boyfriend is turning back into a Klingon. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like,
And apparently they do some lore destructive things with replicators in this new Star Trek as well. I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't know.
The closest they ever came to that mind meld thing is when Spock sensed the Intrepid crew dying from like light years away, but it wasn't a mind meld.
Well, no, now they have terrorists.
You can't mind meld.
But wasn't it an android that mind melded or something?
Yes,
it wasn't even a Vulcan.
That's Picard. The Sutra character, which was just like slutty
she read a book on
slutty
Vulcan, like
She
psychology,
hubris,
and
huh?
then she learned how to mind meld.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah, she just read it in a book once. Like she was like Johnny Five from those movies, where she just read the book and then knew how to. Yeah, more input. Short Circuit. I love those movies.
Yeah,
they're terrible, but they're good terrible. But yeah, that was Slutty Soji that was tinted orange for fucking I don't even know why. It was funny on the Comic-Con panel. They asked her, like the actress, a question, be like, what it was like to play multiple roles, and I'm like, okay, Daj and Soji. For one, Daj didn't even make it halfway through one episode, and then her character was killed off. And Soji was like a cartoon caricature of a young girl trying to act sexy. It wasn't even sexy. It was just like it was somebody trying to act sexy but not doing it very well. It was awkward.
It was very painful to watch because it's like there's nothing about this that's like sexy or sexual in any way, but she's trying so hard. It's like the first time like a girl puts on like makeup and like you put on your mom's dress and like high heels and you pretend to like, you know, be like Marilyn Monroe in a movie, and it's like, oh, it's cute when you're younger, but as an adult and you're actually trying to play it off, it's like, oh no, stop.
Yeah,
it is super awkward. And the thing is, like, the actress is not like bad looking. She's a cute actress. She was cuter not in the slutty orange goofy makeup stuff and just being like herself. That she was far more attractive as the Soji character than she was the Sutra character. Sutra character was just stupid.
A weirdo.
And psychotic too. Like, you know, that's some bad programming right there. Like, where in Data's positronic net did that come from? Was that Lore's maybe that she borrowed? That she decided that she was going to like kill one of her fellow hippie commune robot members to frame the Romulans, so then Soji and everybody would be like, yes, let's destroy all life in the universe.
But see, that's why these creators should not be creating what these in these play boxes, sandboxes, whatever you want to call them. They because
Picard had 19 bad plots that they didn't even know where they were going. Like it just started stopping.
That the brother, Data's other brother, biological brother that was there, and it's like,
stupid.
Did they not watch the episode where they find out that Noonien Soon's wife was a fucking android and could not give birth to a human baby because she died.
Read about it in a book so she could give birth.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. Like maybe Dr. Sung was like a fucking slut.
No.
He was
She
banging everybody on the.
She downloaded the training.
It's like he's like the bastard son
Downloaded the baby.
of Dr. Sung. Yeah.
Downloaded the baby.
God.
Yeah, I don't even remember what. I know it's Sung, but I forget his first name.
Noonien Sung.
Well, that's the dad. I mean the son.
Oh yeah.
Prince Vader played in this one.
And did you guys? I don't know if you
Creepy
guys
Sung.
follow Michael Chabon on Instagram, but after the episode, he would do a Q&A, and he was a fucking asshole.
Really?
Like
Shocker.
all of his answers were passive aggressive, and have you guys watched his channel?
No.
Oh
I saw
my!
you did a video or a Twitter post on that once where you were like, it was like a collection of all of his replies. It was pretty awful.
Oh no, he's because I asked him. I said something about like the evil android, and he's like, "What evil android?" I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Let me find him. If you guys want to see why Picard is so fucked up, all you got to do is watch Michael Chabon's story time video.
Is he one of the creators or something?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's one of the writers.
Okay.
He's one of the award-winning writers
Oh, right.
that they've recruited because he's done good novels in the past. Allegedly, I haven't read them, but like he was a respected author. But like writing for TV is not like writing a novel.
No.
And
No.
clearly he doesn't know.
They're two very
His,
different media.
I guess apparently his novel that won him like the Hugo Award was very, very much edited, and like he was on a very short leash. So when you don't give him as much creative freedom, I guess he can do good work 20 years ago. But okay. Let me see. Do you want? Let me share my screen with you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me actually video too. Here you guys go. All right. So when you get it up, you can tell me which story time video do you want to watch?
Blow it up. I can't see.
Yeah.
You make it a bit bigger. Oh, he looks creepy.
He looks like
Good Lord. He does
Charles Manson.
kind of.
Do you want to watch this one? Here, we can watch the three little
Sure.
pigs.
Hello, young humans. It's your old friend,
Holy
Michael
shit.
Chabon, and I'm here for story time. And today we are going to have
Each of the D to the
true
O.
story of The Three Little Pigs by John Seska and illustrated by Lane Smith. And if you know this book, you know how much fun it is. And if
We
you
got some
only
echo.
know the story of The Three Little
Oh,
Pigs,
it's
well,
me.
you're going to get the true story here. Are you ready?
There we
I
go.
hope you can handle the truth. Let's
Wow.
see. Here's the title page. And it says, The True Story of the Three Little Pigs. And the fun starts here because
What is he
underneath that,
on?
it says, by A. Wolf.
This is him normal. And so he does. There's one video of his where he just like, oh, yeah, I miss it when my kids were little because they're big now. So I used to like reading them stories. So I'm going to read them stories. He has his comments turned off. I think they are. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
My
So
name's
no
Michael
comments.
Chabon.
And then it
Of
doesn't
course.
show the amount of likes versus dislikes.
Shock.
Yeah. Shocking, huh?
He
That's-
seems like a strange duck.
Yeah.
Well, that's
So
the
he's
guy-
and he's the one writing for Star Trek, huh?
Uh-huh. And you know, not to get me wrong, it's like I love weird people as much as the next. I'm weird myself, but he's a different type of weird.
Yes.
And the fact that he's an asshole on top of it, I'm like, I hate you. I low-key
He's
hate
just full of himself. You know, he got that award and he's just been smelling his own farts for 20 years.
Yeah, I'm all that in a bit.
Like, I don't think, like, I don't know if anybody can even describe Picard season 1's plot.
how
what's
to
the
destroy your
synopsis?
hero in 30 minutes or less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically. Like, what is the point of it? Like, what was there's so many holes in that one season. It's 10 episodes. It's not even like it was like a really long season. But there's like, it's like 15 different people started writing it and like all stopped at various points. And if you look at the producer credits for the show, that actually might explain literally what happened. Because when you watch the opening credit sequence for Picard, it's all executive producers. There's more executive producers on this show than actors, and probably even crew. This is
crazy.
Because they didn't know what, like, when you watch, if you watch that series from episode 1 to episode 10, you can tell that, like, they just forgot things. Like, they just, like, why were they on a board? Why was the board cube even a thing? I don't know. It'll look cool.
Well, they forgot. They're like, oh, yeah, okay, well, we have this Romulan senator sitting on a planet for 14 years, not doing anything. But, we conveniently have an entire Romulan armada that's run by the Tal Shiar.
Right.
Excuse me, not the Tal Shiar, the Zhat Vash.
The Zhat Vash. Was it like 1,000 ships or something like that? It was like some ridiculous number.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, Romulus really needs their help. Sure.
Well, in an age of replicators and basically, like, want is not a thing in this century. Like, you can replicate all your needs. Like, why are they living in an old West town?
Yeah.
Didn't Romulus get destroyed in their canon?
Yes, and that's the thing. So
one system.
Imagine, no, I think it was because the effects of a supernova, and we don't know what kind of star it was, but I can believe that it can fuck up a good portion of the galaxy with the radiation that's left over. But you're telling me that some of the most, ambitious, savage, conniving, driven species in the Star Trek lore, they're not going to go and plot and go and build a new Romulan empire somewhere? Give me a freaking break. And you're telling me that it was up to that they believed in the Federation? Again, give me a break. You're telling me that the Ferengi didn't try to move in and say, we'll move you guys for Latinum? Like, come on. If there's any survivors, the Romulans are going to do it. They're going to rebuild their empire, and they're going to come back stronger than ever. They're not going to they're not going to sit there for 14 years on a planet doing nothing, drinking. That is not a Romulan. The Romulans would spit on people like that. It's so ridiculous. But yeah. What do you guys think?
I don't think, like, I agree that it would take out maybe a number of neighboring systems, but the Romulan Star Empire is so vast. It's like as big as the Federation. And galaxies are far away from each other, too. So that's why warp drive is the thing and is important. Because we've seen supernovas in Star Trek episodes before, right? Where, like, this sun's going to go supernova and we're here to witness it and things like that. And we didn't see it, like, destroy the Federation. So this idea of, like, this... Like, yeah, it's their home planet. It's very significant, but, like, where are all the trade ships? Where are all the freighters and all this other stuff that could have helped in an evacuation? Because you knew this thing was going to happen, like, years and years in advance, because the Romulans are a very technologically advanced race. Didn't make sense for me that they just get dumped on this, like, old West town thing where they wouldn't build any technology. Like, why are they living in the old West?
Well, and they had colonies all over. It was, you said, almost as big as a Federation. So just like, the Cardassians, even that it didn't happen to them when they were defeated. So it was a lazy way to shoehorn in their stupid woke story. So, and they could have used another race if they wanted to do the woke story. Yeah, I have that book too. It's, what is it? Star Trek Maps or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you just see that the gray is the Romulan Star Empire.
Supposedly it's not canon, but
and where's
bullshit we're talking about.
Where's the Klingon Empire in Picard? Like, did they just saw the Romulan Empire collapse and they're just, like, decided to mind their border? They didn't do anything. Like, the Klingons and the Romulans are bitter rivals. The only thing that actually threatened to unite them was a plot to get the Klingons and the Federation to split their alliance.
Yeah.
And that was thwarted by the Enterprise. They're like, where are the Klingons? What was it? They just did nothing too? Cardassians didn't do anything. No other only Earth abandoned them. The Romulans didn't help them evacuate after their shipyards got destroyed by a robot rebellion. Slaves, by the way, which is contradictory to the whole thing that happened with Data in the Next Generation, where he was declared a sentient being and not a piece of property. Well, apparently they undid that and made a bunch of robots that were pieces of property because they were like manual labor on the Utopia Planatia shipyards. When did that get reversed? Well, it had to happen sometime between Nemesis and Picard, which is, 20 years? So why did the Federation reverse that, then create a race of slave labor? Because the whole point, and when you watch Measure of a Man, which is a great TNG episode, the winning argument that Picard made was that you can't rule this way and have Data get disassembled because, and what happens if we do make a bunch more Datas? Would you then consider it a race? And if their property, is that not slavery? That was the winning argument, and because in that episode, Riker made a very good counter argument right before that, and Picard had to kind of go get a pep rally from Guinan, Whoopi Goldberg's character, and then that was kind of Picard's aha moment, and then he gave one of his classic Picard lectures of morality and ethics, which is classic Picard. All that was just abandoned to start this series off. That was all ignored. That was all undone somehow for some reason. And it had nothing to do with any conspiracy or the Zhat Vash or anything like that, because none of that stuff had happened yet. The Federation had to decide to overturn its own precedents in regards to sentient artificial life.
Did you guys watch... Midnight's Edge had the woman who originally wrote Measure of a Man on their channel for an interview. Did you watch it?
No, I'm going to have to go back and watch that.
Oh, it was so good. I was like, damn. So she basically talks about how she went to law school to be a lawyer and she hated it. And then she accidentally became a writer. And then that episode, I guess Jean didn't want lawyers to exist because it's supposed to be, this utopian society. And she's like, no, lawyers are always going to exist. Cause it's what about custody battles, land disputes, contracts. She's like, lawyers are always going to exist, even if it's not for confrontational matters. It's, just for make sure, cause lawyers are there because they understand the law and how the law works. So she actually had a law degree and she wrote the episode, The Measure of a Man. And what is that all about? Oh, law and, how this court battle would go on if somebody's a human or not. And the interview was so good. And I'm like, this is I didn't know that, about that episode. I'm like, that's why it's so good. When people actually know what the fuck they're talking about, they can make magic happen like that.
Yeah.
But you should definitely watch it.
Yeah, it was basically like a what we would consider like a landmark Supreme Court case. It was the equivalent of that in the Next Generation with this particular judge in this particular case, because the stakes were that high and had ramifications across the entire Federation. It was precedent setting. It was a huge deal. Entertaining episode that didn't have any gunfire. Didn't have a bunch of missiles and 10,000 ships and What
was your guys' favorite episode?
Of which series?
Of what?
Next Gen.
Picard?
No, God, no. Count. Next Gen. What's your favorite?
Tim, you want to go first?
What did you just say?
Can I just quickly give you mine? Because I only really know one, and it was one that I saw and I really liked it. It's the one where Yoda, fucking
Data.
What's his name? Data goes to the holodeck and he changes the system so that he can't win or something like that, and then the system or the program takes over the entire ship.
It's a Moriarty episode. Yeah. That was actually LaForge's fuck up. But yeah.
Well, it was actually. But yeah, that's probably one of my favorite episodes.
That was Elementary, My Dear Data, right?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah.
I didn't like the holodeck episodes very much. Any
Oh
of them.
my god, me either.
It goes to show how much I know.
No, a lot of people do. That's actually, I feel like at least in the past year, I've heard 5 different people say that that's their favorite episode. But you want to guys know something cool? One of my friend's moms was a character in the holodeck.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, remember?
Was it Minuet?
No, it was not. It is lady though. Well, obviously it's my friend's mom. Remember the episode where Beverly is teaching Data to dance?
Yes.
Yeah.
She pulls up a
Blonde
dance.
lady.
The blonde lady. Yeah, that was my friend's mom.
Wow.
Mhm.
No way.
Cool.
Cool.
I know.
Austin?
Well, she was also Susan in Friends. But then I was more excited. I'm like, oh my God, your mom was in Star Trek. And he's like, yeah, but like everyone knows her because she's in Friends. I'm like, I don't care. She's in Star Trek.
Yeah, I'd rather be a Star Trek character than a Friends character any day.
Well, I love Friends, but I was excited about Star Trek. And I knew exactly what episode she was in.
Sorry, and answer Anna's question from before, guys. What's your favorite?
That's. I'm looking at him now. It's too tough.
No, it's not. You can do it.
I'm going to go with one that a lot of people say I'm not going to be very original. I really love The Inner Light because it's one of those episodes that really just stuck with me afterwards. The idea of getting a chance to live a whole separate life, but then having it that tore from you and then having to go back to your old life. I was just like, man, what a gift and what a curse at the same time. I absolutely love that episode. And it's another episode, no guns, no phasers.
Well, you would
Just
think by
straight
that episode then that he would because he had kids in that. He had that whole life.
Yeah, a kid and a grandchild.
Yeah, exactly. That he wouldn't, have that regret that it kind of seemed like he was having in this.
All right, I'll answer. I have several, but I'll pick one, and I'm not going to tell you the episode. I'm just going to say a line from it. What are the Federation's defense plans for Minos Corva?
Oh my gosh. I think I know which one that is.
Chain of Command Part 2, yeah.
Chain of Command Part 2?
There are
the interrogation.
Oh, four lights. Yes.
Oh my gosh. I probably watched that 50 times.
See, I like the Riker one where he's like in an asylum or whatever.
Oh,
he thinks he's doing
Frame
that
of
play.
Mind. Yeah.
Frame of Mind. Oh, that was kind of a freaky, different style one that I liked.
I
Darmok
like.
and Jalad at Tanagra.
Yeah. That's your favorite?
Mm-hmm.
That's good. And that's what's his name? That's Paul Winfield playing that alien.
So what is it about that episode that you like?
I really liked in school when a teacher would start to tell you mythology or an old story, but it's one that teaches you a lesson. And so I had already liked the story of Gilgamesh and that. And my favorite stories are when it's about friendship. And so the task of having to communicate with someone that you can't communicate with and try to understand them, even when you're in a tense situation, and then communication through storytelling, even though one doesn't understand it. And then the subplot of them trying to figure it out and the stress of how the heck do we figure this out? How do we get them off? And I liked it because it's his friend, but then it's exactly like, the story, he dies. And I'm like, it's like very sad poetic justice. So I like that kind of stuff. I like Picard episodes. A lot of people, I didn't know this, but when Picard was coming out, so many people were like, oh yeah, I never liked Picard. He was an asshole. And I was like, I loved Picard partially because he was an asshole that softens after time.
Yeah. No, I mean, in my favorite episode, Inner Light, that's pretty much none of the cast except for Picard. Really, I mean, they cut to the bridge a couple times when he's passed out or whatever, but it's almost entirely a Picard episode. And then another follow-up episode that kind of referred back to that one, Lessons, where he meets that girl and she plays that fold-out piano thing, and he plays the flute where he plays that same iconic little folklore or folk song from the planet, from the Inner Light. What bothered me about the
girlfriend number 2. Okay, I had this idea.
Besides Fash.
Yeah, let me run this by you guys. Okay, wouldn't it have been cool if, let's say, Picard was having the regret because he's old and he didn't have children, but remember how William Shatner, Captain Kirk, how he didn't know that he had a son until he was full grown, and then the thing happened with the thing and the thing. So what if Picard had a kid with Vash, and let's say it's like Vash had a girl that was just like her, that's rebellious, that does all the bad things, and then he had a boy with that lady, the musical one that went to Starfleet, everything's by the book, and then something happens to Picard, and that the show could be where it introduces his two children, one that's Starfleet, that is everything by the book, and then the daughter has to work with him to go find Picard, or has to help their dad, and you have those two conflicting personalities, plus with Picard, who has never met his kids, and he's like, I have to form this relationship with these two, they're so different. And I was like, that was
that's a lot.
Perfect.
Sounds more compelling than what they gave us.
Well, it would have been perfect to introduce two new characters to pass on the Picard line that are completely different and have a Kitty.
Yeah.
Different way of doing things. And I think it would have been a great way to get new actors a job in Star Trek. But no, we can do stupid androids that don't get same character for everything and just ruin everything.
See, I would say Vash having a kid, but she has it while she's with Q, and Picard's child is born while in the continuum, and Q is the stepfather.
Oh wow!
Of Picard's child.
And so she's devious like Q. That would be the ultimate slap in the face to Picard. See, just right now, we all collabed and came up with a better idea.
Yeah.
Fuck.
But see, I just want to go back. To Anna, your favorite episode. You were saying how it sort of teaches you a lesson. There's a lesson to be learned in real life through the episode, sort of thing. That's what these used to be. They even with Star Wars and even Star Trek, there's so much underlying story that you can take out of it.
Yeah.
And they don't think about that anymore. When they're making something like Picard or something like that, it's less, all right, the lessons that they learn throughout an entire series of, TV series and all this kind of stuff, let's just forget all of that. And let's just, give him this personality now, or give him these changes, and it just doesn't make sense. But also, too, each episode, I haven't watched any of it. Have any of the Picard episodes given you any of those feels that you got from your favorite episodes that you all just mentioned?
No, in fact, there's a scene in Picard that directly contradicts my favorite episode of Picard.
Okay, I rest my case, Your Honor. Exactly.
And
which one was it?
That's the one where they're on the planet it's the Riker pizza episode. And he tells Picard that he doesn't know the first thing about raising a child. And I'm like, you fucker, you have two children. One you let die. So who are you to tell anybody how to raise a fucking child? And Picard raised two children and had a grandchild in a whole separate life. In the inner light, he has been a father. Why is he suddenly the idea of raising a teenage daughter?
I never made that connection. Good.
Well, they didn't watch the episode. That's why they had no idea that happened.
Well, that's right. They don't want to do the homework. It's too.
Inner light is in almost everybody's top 10. It's it's one of those you have to watch.
And Stewart probably didn't say anything. Well,
that's the thing. Does he even remember? I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the flute thing. I remember the flute wasn't even something that worked, so he didn't have to learn to play anything. He just moved his fingers on it, and they played the music. I think that thing they sold the prop, and it sold for $30,000.
I thought it was more.
Do you remember?
I thought it was more too.
Did you guys see the episode of Family Guy where they're on Family Feud with the flute?
Mm-mm.
No. They ask you, what would somebody want for a present? And then Lois, Stewie, and Dag and Brian, they're all like, money, money, money. And then Peter's like, all right, I think I know what my family wants me to answer. Picard's flute from the episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
I do remember that now. That's
They're like, what the hell he said money, and it shows like 1, and he's like, I was in the survey. It was the best. I was like, oh my god.
I don't know if that would be in my list of things that I would request if I could have anything, but like it would be that would really be a cool like piece of memorabilia to have.
Yeah,
because like I said, that episode's one that just I like a TV episode that sticks with you. And you brought up Star Wars, Rhino. Like the difference between Star Trek and Star Wars. Star Wars has a very global, very just a good versus evil mythology to it. Versus Star Trek has a lot of moral and ethical issues it deals with. It's not good versus evil. There's a lot of gray, and it's challenging morality issues. So it's more of a thought-provoking vehicle than Star Wars. And that's not to say like people that like Star Wars are dumb or something like that. Well, some of them are, but I mean,
the Last Jedi are.
The people that hashtag all Star Wars is good, those people are fucking dumb.
Oh, yeah.
But Star Trek is a higher. It's more intellectual. It's supposed to be more intellectual.
Absolutely.
That's
even
always
JJ,
been.
it's even too thinky for JJ.
Yeah, too thinky is what he said. Yeah, it's too thinky.
And then he goes and makes a couple of movies because
another one I liked.
Hmm.
Like another Picard episode, Starship Mine, where they try to steal it when it's going under that maintenance, and he has to like,
Is that the one where they do like the barium scan or something?
Yes, that's what it was, barium sweep. Yeah, and he's having to kill them off one by one. I fucking love that episode.
Yeah, it was like Star Trek Die Hard.
Yes, I was about to say Die Hard comparison there. It even has the Jeffries tube,
Yeah. Yeah. Go to the bridge, have a few laughs. Yeah. That would be cool if they would have broken it.
How do you guys feel about Bajor?
Don't ask Greg that.
Fuck Bajor. Nuke Bajor. Crystalline Entity needs to kill Bajor. You and I are like in total agreement. I've always been. I hate their mysticism. I hate their people. They're arrogant. They're ungrateful. Their religion sucks. They're like there's no. Even Rolaren was fucking annoying.
Racist.
I am racist. Fuck all Bajorans. Bajorans' lives don't matter.
Nope. Fuck Bajor.
Cardassia was right.
Right, they're kind of fucked up, but
yeah, they are.
After you put up, okay, here's my thing. I'm like, after you put up with a Bajoran for that long, I'm like, you know what? I can kind of understand. Like Kira only got better because she spent so much time with humans.
She stopped acting so Bajoran.
Yep.
Like, honestly, I was never a huge DS9 fan, primarily because I did not like any of the mysticism aspects, the prophets and all that stuff that really turned me off. Because to me, that was like the antithesis of Star Trek.
It really was. Well, see that, and here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with introducing religion into something, because they even had that with Wesley when he left and he became like the spirit guy.
Oh, that was terrible though.
My gosh.
That was because that was not, it's like really you built up Wesley all of this and all of a sudden you destroy his character in that episode. But like, you never asked me if I wanted to be in Starfleet. It's like, bitch, that's all you've wanted since the first fucking episode. Don't get mad. But you can introduce it in that way, but when you have these aliens that have the ability to travel at light speed, that they have scientists that can prove those prophets are fucking aliens that live in a wormhole, like, come on, really? It just because Vulcans are still religious, and
they have customs that they still adhere to. I don't think they believe in a god anymore. It's just they still have rituals that they pay
have
respect
a
with.
form of a religion.
Their religion is logic.
It's kind of like a Buddhist. They don't believe that Buddha is God. They believe he is the being that achieved enlightenment. So they follow his path and his teachings.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what the Vulcan, what the Vulcan religion is based on. So that way they can achieve like that peace. So that way they're not constantly at, war with their emotions. Like Spock apparently is, I heard that he laughs and cries and sings in Turbolifts now. But
that's in a short trek. Yeah, don't watch that.
Yeah, I'm not going to. But
Spock, they got Spock singing in a lift, turbo lift.
Yes, in one of the short treks.
He sings now.
It's on YouTube, I think. They're free on YouTube
They
now.
sing now. Vulcan.
They should have him singing the Hobbit song.
Oh God.
An homage to Leonard Nimoy.
You've seen that video, haven't you?
Yeah.
But the reason I kind of like the Bajor part of DS9 is it's like, okay, once the Federation finds out, oh fuck, there's a wormhole here. No, let's keep this planet around. But they string him along for 7 years. We're not going to make them a Federation member. And I kind of like seeing him like, in between his own government and them. It was kind of cool to watch because that's the only reason they wanted to keep that fucking planet around is because they had access to the wormhole in the Gamma Quadrant.
To a resource, which is not unusual in Star Trek.
Yeah.
They wanted to reach out to certain other planets for, the fact that this planet has a bunch of dilithium on it. So let's get them in the Federation so we can make a trade deal with them. I mean, that's pretty normal. I guess you really can't call it geopolitics because it's in the galaxy. I don't know what the word for that would be, but basically the same thing as like geopolitics.
Yeah.
It's okay, but within limits. The problem is like with the Bajorans, it's everything is about the mysticism. Like it's 100% of everything that they do, and they just keep constantly kind of throwing it in people's faces. What the prophets and all this other stuff. It's like, okay, and then whining about the occupation and everything. It's just get over yourselves, move on.
They're the
Tired of
hobos
hearing about
when you give them $1 and they say, "Give me 20." Fuck Bajor.
Yeah, I didn't. It was very difficult for me to get into that. The fact that they were kind of stuck on the station, and a lot of the characters I just couldn't get behind in that one. Like I like Cisco, all right. Didn't like his son at all. Quark was okay in moderation. Odo.
Quark. I loved him as Gareth. Garrick. Fuck, why am I blanking on this?
Oh gosh, Garrick's amazing.
Yes.
I
love Gul Dukat.
clothing
when he came in,
guy.
I'm like, what are you gonna fuck up now and do it?
I don't know. I couldn't root for any of the characters in that show. And I think Cisco, like as many times as like people have taken over the Enterprise and everything, usually at least it's like god beings and stuff. But man, Cisco really sucks at his job.
I mean, I liked when he doesn't put up with Q very much.
Yeah, when he punched him.
No, but here's the thing. I do not like Q in anything other than the TNG. I like Q as a character, but Q's thing is with Picard. He's fascinated with Picard. Bringing him onto the other shows was just a freaking gimmick.
I didn't mind it though because I like Q.
He's great. I've met John Delancey twice at conventions. He's great to listen to when he's talking and everything. He's a funny guy.
He is a lovely human. Is he as awesome in person as he is in the show?
Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't go like have beers with him or anything, but I'm like briefly talking to him at the convention. Yeah, he seemed pretty cool.
He's awesome.
Is the Trek convention still going to happen this year? Do you think?
I hope so.
I
because I really
don't think so.
Well,
because they announced this digital one, so I'm thinking that's
this
a
stupid thing
replacement.
on Monday with 5 days of lead time. I mean,
I think that's a replacement. But
how is that going to succeed?
I don't know. They did a really crappy job on their San Diego Comic-Con panels. Their virtual panels for Star Trek were awful.
Like any of that. I was like, who the hell is running their YouTube channel? These thumbnails are terrible. The titles are terrible. Nothing was announced. Nothing. Like you weren't promoting any of it. They weren't even even their Twitter. It should be like, here's this, and all these live streams are happening. Set it up on your channel. Make thing so that way it's easy to find. I was scrolling through forever trying to find certain panels, and I'm like, who did this? This is somebody's job, and they fucked it up.
Yeah.
Well, and the panels were just boring and pre-recorded. Like, you couldn't bring these guys on live. Like, these guys have done cons for decades now. They can perform live on camera.
And it's not like they're super busy right now, are they?
Yeah.
No, and they took like 2 questions that were like ahead of time. They were just kind of dumb generic questions, nothing really interesting. Like, ooh, peace. Oh God, peace stew. Patrick Stewart, and what was the other one? He wanted to be called Peace Stew because he was called that on something else.
Jeez.
And then what was the Agnes the Murderer's pet nickname for him on that thing? It wasn't JL.
No, it was SPS, right? SPS.
SPS. Yeah, they had these
Sir
dumb
Patrick Stewart.
Sir Patrick Stewart. Oh, brother.
And Marina Sirtis was actually the only really good person on that whole panel because she was like, quit fucking feeding his egos, you guys. God, we have to work with him. Because they were all kissing his ass. And she was like, knock it off, everybody. We have to work with this guy.
The only thing, though, she just kept talking. And I'm like, let somebody else talk for like 1 minute. But then at the same time, I thought about it. I was like, it's better that Troy talk compared to some of these other idiots. And like the people that kept talking, I'm like, nobody cares about you. We are here to see Riker, Data, freaking Jean-Luc Picard, Troy. We don't want to see any of these new people. Even it hurt my soul because 7 of 9, she's not 7 of 9 in real life. She is nothing like her character. I had to mute her on Twitter. But
oh yeah,
she says, out of the Star Trek universe, what would you like to bring into our world? I'm like, immediately in my mind, the advances in technology. Remember the episode with the movie with the whales where the woman needs dialysis and he gives her a pill and it fixes her? Wouldn't that be great to have today? Cancer is cured. Replicators, space travel, transporters. Wouldn't it be nice to have all of this technology? What did she say? Acceptance and diversity. I'm like, are you retarded? Like, are you serious? Like, what planet do you live on? That already
she clearly lives on planet Earth because that's all people on planet Earth want is diversity and inclusion, acceptance.
Well, it's interesting because
step down and give your job to a person of color.
But it's the same thing as asking that. Leslie Headland, what's your favorite Star Wars movie? I don't have a favorite Star Wars movie. It's just all Star Wars.
All of them. They're all
like
Star
it's the
Wars.
same thing. None of these people are. Yeah, but
She's
that
never
is pretty
seen
damn
Star Wars.
stupid.
Name
What
the
would you
episode
love
5,
to bring
bitch.
into the real world? What would you love to bring into the real world from Star Trek? Oh, how about a ship? A whole fucking ship. That would be pretty fucking
If I could
awesome.
have anything, you'd like, give me Q's powers, man.
But that's what they all say. There was that
give
one.
Me Q's power. That's the easiest answer of all. Like it's like whose powers would you want in the comic book universe? Dr. Manhattan's.
Mm-hmm.
That's the easy answer every time.
Yeah, that's what they all say. There's one of those new Star Wars authors was being interviewed by some friendly YouTube channel. What's her name? Claudia Gray. And they said, what's your favorite former expanded universe novel? I kind of like all of them. And it's like, because you've never read them. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Claudia Gray said that? She's an author of them.
That's what I'm saying. But she's a new author.
Yeah.
She's not one of the
like,
old.
It's like Brie Larson coming out and going, I like playing video games. Oh, what video games do you like playing? Oh, Nintendo.
I like Nintendo. It's like, oh my god.
What video? So the question was, what video games do you like to play? And she goes, I like Nintendo. Okay, cool.
Nintendo's my favorite game ever.
Idiot. You could have at least said Mario, but no. Anyway.
Well, what is your guys' favorite expanded universe novel?
Plagueis.
Starfighters of Adamar.
Oh,
Plagueis or Revan. Plagueis or Revan. They're my two favorites at the moment.
I'm about 3/4 of the way through Plagueis. It's taken me 6 months because I'm reading it a little bit at a time because I don't want it to end. It's amazing.
Man, I've read it
I
3
don't want
times
it to
already.
end.
I've read it 3 times now.
See, to me, the ending is a little. I didn't like the ending so much, but it's still a good book.
Oh my
I would say my favorite is easily.
I didn't like the ending either.
What's your favorite, Anna?
Oh, okay.
Vision of the Future.
Oh, that's a good one. It was a good ending to the Bantam era.
Sorry, Greg, I interrupted you.
Was that the duology? The end of the duology?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That one was good. My favorite, it's easy. Aftermath by Chuck Wendig.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
I don't know. I can't, in my mind, I can't separate the Thrawn trilogy books into like different parts. It's all just one story to me. So like I just say, well, it's the Thrawn trilogy because I liked what because it was what really kind of set everything up. It gave us the twins. It gave us Mara Jade. It gave us, God, I'm drawing a blank on the character. Who's the
Thrawn?
No, the pirates. The pirate scoundrel. I love Talon Karr.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's one of my favorite characters. I actually don't like Thrawn that much. I thought it was always just like, oh, he's so smart because he studies art. I'm like he's a good villain, but like I don't see how that would like you could study somebody's art and necessarily understand like their old art from like hundreds of years ago that they have around in a museum and understand their modern day strategies.
And that's the thing. He never explained how the art. Zahn never explained how the art led him to the conclusions that he came to. You know what I mean? It's just like,
for me, it was just too much of a leap. It was too much of a leap.
But yeah, if I had to pick one of those, Greg, Dark Force Rising, I think is the best of the 3.
Like I said, I can't even differentiate where one begins and starts. It's just all one thing to me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I read them like back to back to back. So it was just, to me, it was just like one big novel.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I got done with one, I'm like, I have to do the next one, like right now.
I had to wait a year in between each, so.
Anna, you were going to explain Thrawn's strategies?
Oh no, I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, as somebody with an art background, when he started talking about that, I'm like, yes, I know what you're talking about, dude. I know what you're talking about. It's kind of like psychology when they show you the ink blots. And, you know, when you look at the way that somebody does art compared to somebody else, it tells you a lot about personality traits. If you ever read Silence of the Lambs, which is my favorite book, they actually go into art and how so one of the things about Buffalo Bill was was in denial that he was a transsexual. And so they actually go into how he failed the tests when he would, because you have to go and take all of these mental tests to see if you actually are, or if you're just somebody that is disturbed trying to get these surgeries. And so it's a very in-depth process. And they talk about how they make you, like they give you prompts and they have you draw a picture. It doesn't matter how, the quality of it, but it depends on what you draw are certain traits of certain characteristics and people. So if you know this kind of stuff, you don't really, I think that's why Timothy Zahn didn't give that explanation, because he knows a lot about psychology. And so when Thrawn was explaining that, I'm like, yes, I know exactly what this dude is talking about. He's talking about art. I love it. And so I love that part of it. But
see, for me, the problem is like, I get that if like the art somebody produces could definitely tell you a lot about who they are, or maybe somebody who appreciates that art, it might tell you who they are. But like to be able to say like, I'm going to come up with a military strategy to defeat England by studying Shakespeare. Like, well, that's not the the people now aren't the same people as when that was created. So that was the break for me, because it's like he's studying old artifacts and everything, not modern what they're producing now. So that's where the logical break was for me.
Well, everything is based on something. So let's just say, if you maybe did you guys play Battleship when you were kids and you couldn't look at the other person's thing? But so if
you cheated, didn't you?
Huh?
You cheated, didn't you?
Oh, I cheat at every form of board game. But whatchamacallit? Okay, let's say you're trying to come up with a battle strategy against your opponent. Even if you're playing chess against someone, the more you understand about a person, and maybe you never have a conversation with them, just based on the way that you've interacted with them before, and then like looking at them and their characteristics, what kind of in that situation, what kind of ships are they flying? How are their ships designed? Because those designs are based on something that has to do with something in their culture. Like, why do Klingons have that shape of ship? Why do humans have the shape of ship? Why do humans have like a saucer that comes off of, the rest of the ship? Could it possibly be because flying saucers were a thing in our culture, so we designed them based on those flying saucers that we saw, hundreds and hundreds of years ago before the Enterprise was designed? Could that be something there? And so I think the detriment to this was that it was in a book, and so you're not seeing it, because describing art is more of a visual thing. Because I could describe the Last Supper to somebody, but it makes a big difference seeing it as compared to reading about it, or just hearing an example of it. But
I liked Thrawn as a character. I like how I didn't mind that the whole art.
Well, see, I just wasn't crazy about him. I disliked him, like, too strong. But most of the characters in that whole thing, I liked.
Garnbill Iblis.
Yes, and all the Lady Vader and all everything about those things. It fascinated me, and it filled that gap of like what happened after the Death Star exploded. And the great thing about it, contrary to what Disney did, is like the war didn't just suddenly like everybody that was left over in the old Empire didn't just suddenly give up and like throw their guns away and like park their ships. Like there was still like a remnant left over that was kind of battling for limited control and trying to piece things together. And they were infighting with each other to who's going to like be the person in charge of the remaining fleet. And
I love that they still had, what part of the sector of the galaxy are you in? The Rebellion, the New Republic, or are you in the Empire? What credits are you using? I'm like, this is stuff that's done. And do you know how much merch they could have made off of it? Are you still on the Empires, or are you like? Remember how everyone was still in the freaking sporks? Yeah. Are you using Republic credits, or are you Imperial credits, or are you using the New Republic credits? They could have made so much damn money with this, but they're stupid. Yeah. Because Kathleen Kennedy just discovered the EU.
Yeah. Yeah, but Greg, the reason you liked it, Zahn created new archetypes, that went beyond what Lucas did in the trilogy. So that's why these new characters were so resonating, because they fit archetypes that Lucas didn't use, and it was fine because he didn't need to use them at that point. So great trilogy.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect gateway. Anytime somebody says like, well, how do I jump into this thing? I guess first thing you ask is, do you want to go before the prequels or after?
Yes. Yeah.
Because like they're very different, and I prefer the after. It's not that I don't like the video games do a good job of going to the past, and there's good books in the past. The Bane trilogy and all that stuff.
I was about to say Bane is awesome.
Bane is awesome. I don't know if I was a big fan of what's her name though. Zana at the end.
The first Bane book is the best. The other two,
correct.
I love the way that the books describe the lightsaber because like in the movies visually, like you can tell a lot, but like man, in the books, like how much goes into a lightsaber battle. I love how the books
and all of that.
How much they're focusing, the strategies, the techniques that they're using, all the things that's going on in their head.
The changing of techniques mid-battle.
Yep.
Mid-fighting.
All that stuff is good
Hated
stuff.
that shit.
Oh, you don't like that? I love that stuff.
I will say this: feminazis will lose their mind. I'm a girl. I have no damn interest in that shit. I want to get to the deep dialogue or the coming to terms with, are you going to go to the dark side or the light side, and the mythology behind different force techniques. When it's the lightsaber battle, I'm like, how many damn pages is this? Okay, who lived, who died? Next. It's so boring.
Oh no, I love the lightsaber battles.
I'll watch it. Reading it, I'm like,
have you
Timothy's
done the
audiobooks?
audiobooks?
I liked the whole. Yeah, and even then, I zone out.
Really? Okay.
There you go.
That fascinates me. I don't think I'd like a whole book comprised of it. Like, it needs to be used sparingly, but I liked it. But yeah, that could be a difference in the genders, I guess.
Not my thing.
That's all right. We agree on Bejor. We got that. But Tim does not.
Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Hey, Anna, I heard you've been asking people what's better. Is it Halloween? Oh, no, that's not you.
That's Mauler.
That's Mauler. Well, I'm Team Halloween because it's my birthday.
Oh,
that's
I'm
right.
Because here in Australia, Halloween is like nothing.
Yeah, you guys are weird. You guys have like Kangaroo Day.
We are weird.
I worked 15 years. I worked 15 years of retail, so I'm team. Both holidays of retail suck, but Halloween is over quicker and is less crazy.
People are just assholes.
Yeah, they're not nearly as bad as they are during Christmas, particularly around Thanksgiving and things like that. But man, Halloween was always like a nightmare to try and keep like orderly.
Yeah.
So I would have to like round up a team. If I was closing that day, I'd have an evening meeting with everybody and I'd be like, all right, 9:00, here's what we're going to do. We're going to block off the Halloween section, and everybody who's working, except for I'm going to leave one guy in electronics. I'm going to leave one guy over here and buy sporting goods. Everybody else needs to go there, and we're just going to all go fix. We're all going to take 4 feet and we're just going to fix it. Because the way customers shop that shit, they just throw it all over the place.
Open the package and try it on and
rip it and throw it on the base stack, throw it on the floor. Like literally you needed to go through with like a shovel to get the shit off the floor and scoop it back up into a cart, and then to try and piece back all these costumes. This costume's missing it's missing the left glove, and this one's missing the hood or whatever. It's like, oh my God. And then you're discounting them because it's missing pieces, and then later you find the piece. It's like, oh, fucking A.
Huh.
Those things, like Halloween costumes, should be sold in metal boxes with padlocks.
Yeah. Yeah, I worked at Target in 1993, so I know how it is.
Target was open in 1993?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they've been around for a long time.
Yeah, really? The facility I worked at used to be a Gemco, and Target bought all their locations and converted them, so...
Yeah, because I don't remember Target being a thing till I was at least in middle school.
Yeah, they opened that one in 86, I think. So I worked there 7 years later.
They were growing. They just were overshadowed by Walmart for a long time because Walmart's growth was so
we got Target before we got Walmart. So
dang.
Mm-hmm.
Where on earth are you from?
Well, at that point, I was living in Northern California. So
you had a Target before a Walmart?
Mm-hmm. We didn't get Walmart until 93, I think. So
Walmart as a company was very wary of California.
Because there was always Walmarts. I remember Walmart, Kmart, and specifically when Target came, because it was ooh, this is the fancy Walmart.
Yeah, I live 30 minutes south of Sacramento, so Yeah, we didn't get Walmart until 92 at the earliest. Because there was nothing in that part of the city until Walmart came in. It was like farmland. So, yeah.
I think my parents live really close to you then.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
I don't live there anymore. I haven't lived there in 20 years, but
Well, I went to high school in Modesto.
yeah, I grew up in Stockton, so
Okay. Yeah. I
yeah.
went to Stockton all the time because my mom likes to go antiquing.
Mm-hmm.
They got some good antique malls there.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, we got Walmart in 93 and that Target opened in 90 or 86. So it's probably a rare case where you got a Target before you got a Walmart.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back, guys.
Cool.
All right.
Are we going for a new record here, guys? Or
we're an hour away from our longest stream yet. So.
I don't think we'll be going that much longer.
No.
I tired.
Yeah.
Well, you've been streaming for quite a bit today too.
Yeah, since 6. I think I got about an hour break. So
yeah, because you did Ryan's Patreon stream, then you did the EU book club, where all you guys hated the book.
Yeah, that book is awful.
Yeah,
never read it. Just read a synopsis of it, and you'll be.
I think I did the abridged audiobook of that one. It wasn't too bad. Abridged.
Better than reading it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you had a little break, and then you're you're on here.
No, it's fun. And tomorrow night, I'm kind of glad we're not doing a watch stream because for some reason my wife wants to drink tequila tomorrow night. So I'm like, okay,
okay,
that's random, but I'll do it. I guess I'll make some Mexican food.
Get some of the Rocks tequila.
This is Tito's.
Tito's tequila.
Pretty good quality brand. It's not one of those headache brands.
So Lord Vader, you said the contradiction is the fact that the Jedi are aware of the rule of 2? You're saying that the Bane trilogy contradicts the prequel. I was just wondering in which way. That's a pretty minor, if that's the case.
Oh, they could have found out in 1,000 years somehow.
Yeah.
And how long before does the Bane trilogy take place before the
1,000 years.
1,000.
Yeah.
After the Rusan Reformation.
Yeah. That's right.
I've never read the Bane trilogy. I'm going to.
I really like it. I mean, again, the first book is definitely the best book, but I like the story. I don't mind Zana.
I don't, like I said, I don't hate her. I just I'm not big into the Sith witchcraft stuff.
Yeah.
I don't
that goes above and beyond Force use.
Palpatine learns a lot of that.
Force sorcery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sith alchemy.
Yeah, stuff like that. It doesn't. I don't know. It's not. It draws too close to I don't want to say reality because it's not real, but too close to home. And I like the Force being more of a really vague mysticism that's kind of undefined, but it has certain rules with regards to abilities, but not I don't want to know the whys and the ins and outs of it. I much prefer it to be this distant thing that's just a concept we never really get to. I don't want it broken down. I don't want to know how it all works. I would much rather be that's a secret of the universe, and you find out.
What's that?
Go ahead, finish, and then I'll say.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I keep talking over you.
No, it's all right.
The second you introduce that many rules, then you immediately put limitations. So that's what I think was so great about the OG Star Wars is that the less you know, the more power you have to, your imagination.
Mm-hmm.
And for you yourself to make those connections. It's kind of like why Jaws was so terrifying because you don't see the shark, so your mind can, like, nothing can come up with something as terrifying as what you can come up with in your imagination. And so when it's left up to your imagination, it's, you know, a million times worse. And same thing like with I don't know if you guys are Tarantino fans, but in Reservoir Dogs, when he cuts off the ear, they don't even show that. You just hear him screaming. And so you just can, like, imagine how gruesome and horrifying it is. And I think that's why that makes it so much more gruesome, because, you know, you're imagining it, and everyone has a different level of, you know, what they consider gory or horrific. And so that's why it's like, I don't know, I feel like it relates more to people because it's like that own individual and you get to fill in the blanks. And so it gives you like a little bit of the storytelling power. And so when you let that happen with the Force, and like with Yoda trying to explain to Luke, and you get little glimpses of how awesome it is. And so it leaves your mind open. And that's why like something so great like the EU existed, because you had all of these people that wanted to continue telling these stories, and they had these big imaginations. And so each book, it's based on the OG, but it's left up to these own storytellers' imaginations.
But the other thing that I loved was that different Jedi had different strengths in abilities.
Specializations.
Yeah, so like, you know, you had some Jedi that had a better ability to connect with living beings like other animals and things like that. And, you know, you had like Obi-Wan, one of his strongest abilities was the Jedi mind trick in the end. It seems like he seemed to always just be able to use that quite easily, and, you know, without much, I don't know. He was just able to do it easily. Concentration, that's it. But yeah, like that's the other thing that made it so awesome, was that each Jedi had their own different thing that they could do well.
Yeah.
And that made it even...
Still,
go on.
It still has to fit together. So like I'm fine with like new Force powers and the special abilities and things like that. Like what I mean by like rules is like you can't like every time you need something to happen in a plot, you just invent a new Force power for it. Like like that's what I mean by rules. You can't, like, there has to be they have to work within each other. Like, so you're not creating like super powered ones, and then suddenly you're like, well, now the chosen one doesn't seem very powerful if you have that ability, or just suddenly you can create this and there's no cost to it. Like Force healing, you know, how it's handled in the books versus how it's handled in the sequel trilogy, it was like a meditation thing for minor wounds, not like insta heal.
Well, even then, like Luke, he had to go into like a
trance. Yeah.
And like
there was a cost,
you know?
Yeah, there was a cost to it. It wasn't just like, oh, I'm healed now.
Yeah. Did you guys ever read Aragon?
No.
Well, it's good series. I hated the ending, but so Christopher Paolini, he wrote that when he was just a teenager, like the first Aragon book, and it blew up. But when he did like an interview, and I think this interview was from like when he was 19, and he was explaining how he just grew up on a farm in Montana, and he went to like a community college where they had somebody speaking about video game design. And one of the person speaking said, what you need to do when you're designing a video game is, if you have a character, like let's say, a Jedi, a Jedi's Force powers, it only can last for so long. So you can't constantly be using this ability because you'll be overpowered and the game won't be fun for the person playing it. It needs to, drain and then reload. And so when he wrote Aragon, the thing about it is that there's magic. So he made up a language. And so to use the magic, you had to speak the language of magic. But if you use too much magic, it'll kill you. And so, if you need to do a certain spell, you have to account for that energy. And I think that's one of the great things that he did, because he took that and he's like, oh, I would have never thought about that if I didn't take this game design or like go to this game design thing. And I'm like, why didn't they do that with Star Wars? Because Rey is just all powerful. She can beat anything. She can do no wrong. They don't understand.
Well, again, it's the agenda that took over. And instead of getting the right people into place that actually understood the property that they were dealing with, they just got the people in. You know, we're going to make sure that we've got female directors. Who cares if they know what Star Wars or whatever is? It's just, you know, that's what's important.
Dude,
So that's why
I will 100% play my Whammon card. I'm like, I have no experience making a movie whatsoever, which is apparently all you need to get jobs. I'm like, hire me. I will do it. I have no writing experience. I have no motion picture directing experience. I'm perfect for the job, according to these insane people. I'll do it.
No, you have one.
They know
you have one. You have one fatal flaw, Anna. You respect canon, and they don't. They don't.
I know.
Canon is a burden.
And
It's
you're a
Iger's own
fan,
word.
and you actually understand the property.
Yeah, canon is a burden.
Yeah.
Well, see, I'll just put on a wig. I'll put on a blue-haired wig. I'll shave half my head for like a day and put some glasses on, and I'll pretend to be one of them, and then I'll do it, and I'll say, "Oh yeah, well this is everything that they're not gonna like," and then it'll be a huge hit because it respects canon. I'm like, yeah, I totally played you guys because you guys have never read the books. So you have no idea that everything I was doing was actually based on the damn books, you idiots. I can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Infiltrate. We need to infiltrate. We need the women of the Fandom Menace to infiltrate Hollywood.
We can try.
I think some of you, like Anna, you're probably on their radar. So
I definitely am, and not fun being that.
It's because you go against their narrative.
Well, no, it's especially difficult. She not only goes against the narrative, but she's female, so like it takes away their human shields because she's the same human shield. She can play that women card.
I can play the Whammon card, and it's like, well, now try it, okay?
Yeah.
It's the same thing like with people on Twitter. We're like, wah, and it's like, I'm a woman, so now what is your excuse? Like, I don't like it. What's your excuse now?
Yeah.
Yep.
If they didn't get it from your name, that's Star Wars girl.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They don't.
I know. They just write.
Yeah, it's really hard to guess your gender. It was.
Yeah.
Well, they see the name and they say that's another person that had to ask permission to join the fandom.
Oh,
yeah.
So I got a message from somebody that knows the person that created the whole controversy of women needing to ask permission. And because I did a video showing, I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, girl, you've had a YouTube channel for a decade. You've been posting videos for 9.5 years. You've had a safe space to say everything and anything you wanted. Nobody was being mean to you. Nobody told you not to, but you weren't getting attention. So you created this controversy. And so somebody that knew her watched my video and they messaged me. They're like, you're 100% right. I went to college with this chick. And I was like, and then she deleted all of her videos. Funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These people are all crazy.
Crazy.
Mm.
They are.
What time is it where you guys are?
3:30.
3:30, yeah.
And hold on, for Rhino, it is 6:33 p.m.
Correct.
I love that clock.
Yeah, me too. I've got right now I can see Pacific time, which it's 1:33, and Central time is 3:33 a.m. Yeah.
Right now, are you still on like Uber lockdown?
Sorry?
Are you on Uber lockdown right now?
Yeah, look, I'm still working 3 days a week, and I've got a permit to be able to go to work, but there's some crazy shit happening here at the moment. That's why you see that? Hashtag help me.
What's going on?
Blink twice.
People are getting arrested.
They're arresting people
for
making incitement.
For Facebook posts.
For Facebook?
And these people are facing up to 15 years in prison for posting on Facebook there's a protest for our human rights.
Oh my God, what is wrong with your government?
Yep. And the first video that came out, it was a It was a woman in her house, in her pajamas, waking up in the morning, getting ready to go to an ultrasound, which she had in an hour because she was pregnant, and she's being arrested for incitement in her own home and basically being told that, now she's facing up to 15 years in prison. And then the second video that came out was a military vet, like one of he's in the army here. And he put out a post saying that there's going to be a massive police presence at this one, so don't go to this one. There's going to be another one over here. And he put that out on Facebook, and he got his door busted in and got arrested in his own home.
That's the guy in the balcony, right?
Yeah, and all the devices, mobile phones, laptops, everything got seized from those homes as well.
That's insane.
And then I was just the news is on, like I've got it playing on the TV, no sound. But there's from the actual protests that went ahead, man, it's like our premier here in Victoria. He's jealous of the riots that are happening in the States there, and he wants that here so he can get more power.
Are you going to get like arrested for saying this stuff on YouTube?
If I was going to get arrested, I would have got arrested for the stuff that I said on Lyndon's
the other night. Definitely.
Oh, damn.
I went full, I'm
Are you considering moving?
I've definitely been thinking about it. I honestly have been. I've been thinking about it.
Can't. They're like in a lock. How are you, like, who's going to buy a house in Victoria right now?
That's true too.
Yeah.
Like the problem with moving is like, most people can't just buy a second house and go move. They got to sell their first house first. And the problem when these cities have exodus is like San Francisco, like you can't afford to just have that property sit and rot.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do. They've just extended our lockdown. The figures are going down, and they've extended our lockdown up until the 26th of October. So that's another 2 months, and our figures are constantly dropping on a daily basis at the moment. I don't know. I don't get it.
And their numbers aren't even bad.
Grocery store?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, like how do you have systems on like going to the grocery store?
Systems? What do you mean?
Like, is it this neighborhood can go between 9 a.m. and noon,
There's a curfew. You're not allowed to go out after 8 p.m. and you're not allowed to be out before, I think, 4 a.m.
What if you have a dog and you need to walk your dog?
Too bad.
Are you allowed to go in your backyard?
Oh, you can go out in your backyard as long as you're on your own property, but you can't you can't go out anywhere. Sort of, like I've gone outside and just stood outside for a little while just to get out of the house at like 9 o'clock at night. But it's actually crazy. Like I've never seen anything like this. I was talking about it with my parents today because it's Father's Day today here. So I called my dad and wished him a happy Father's Day and everything. And I was just talking to him about it. I'm like, man, did you ever think here in Australia we'd be seeing what's going on? And his mind has been blown. Like, honestly, I don't understand. And I don't think there's a lot of people that understand what's going on right now.
People are power hungry.
People are power hungry. And they're using that power to enforce fear into people. And that fear is turning into hate and anger.
It's 1984, guys.
That's what happens when you have an unarmed populace.
But this is what I was also saying earlier. Like, man, we've now progressed to a point past where we were in the 1930s and the 1940s. In the last 4 years, society has declined to a state of where we are now, and it's worse than our history.
And to be clear, the numbers in Victoria for COVID are not even bad.
They're low, man. They are low. And
compared to like states in the United States, it's nothing.
And you know what it was? We got this spike, right? The Premier got all this power and he put in the lockdown and he put in the state of emergency and all of that sort of thing, right? Because we had this massive spike. And then ever since that spike, we've been slowly coming down. We've now got to a point where we're plateauing out at very, very small figures, and he's getting more power. We're extending lockdowns. We're arresting people for posting stuff on social media.
Yeah.
And these people are facing up to 15 years imprisonment because of a post. Are you fucking for real?
I don't think he'll get reelected if that's...
Oh, no chance. There's
No.
more of a chance of him being what I said on Lyndon's channel than him being elected again. And if you can kind of understand why I can't say it, then you know what I'm saying.
Damn.
I think we're going to wrap it up on that positive note here for the night. Other
Let's
than
do that. Let's
Justin,
do that.
I don't know.
Who is John Galt?
Yes. I am John Galt. and I'm Hank Reardon, and I'm Daniger, and who are the other characters? Wyatt. I'm Emmett Wyatt.
Well, I'm probably going to do a stream on my channel because I need to stay awake. So,
Jeez.
Well, I'm trying to get on my night schedule. So, if any, I'll create the StreamYard link now and I'll put it in here if you guys want to come on.
Yeah,
But
I'll get some food and then I might come on for a little bit.
yeah,
mate.
Let's see.
Well, Tim, thank you for coming on again.
No, thanks for having me as always, guys. It's a privilege every time. And
Nice
with
meeting
Anna showing up, this is a high honor. So
Oh, thank you.
Very
Well, nice
cool.
meeting you.
We
too.
appreciate you coming on. We love having these chats. I love how we sort of get through our topics and we can sort of just talk about geek out a little
bullshit
bit.
all night.
Real
Just
shit.
bullshit all night. But yeah, it's always fun. Anna, thank you for coming on as well.
Heck yeah. I'm glad that I actually can make this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you guys
Yeah.
always invite me and I'm like, shit, I got stuff going on. And then like, yes, I'm like, yeah, I can make it tonight.
Well, with your schedule, I always find when I do my stream on Friday nights or Friday mornings for you, like I bet you she's asleep. She'd be asleep right now. I have no doubt of that. But yeah. But thank you again for coming on. I appreciate you. Go and sub to both of these people. Tim has started Open Airlock Policy. Go and check out his channel. He's got some great content there. He's showing bits of his collection and talked about Timothy's On, which was a very, very good video.
Thank you.
So go and check that out. And of course, go and subscribe to Anna. I think everybody who's in the chat, if you're not subscribed to Anna already, then something wrong. So go and check that out as well. All our guests that came on, who did we have? We had Ryan, we had Mara, we had Tom.
Mm-hmm.
We've had people coming and going all night. It's been an excellent show.
Yeah.
And of course, Jeff, who had to leave early. And Greg.
Poor
well
guy
done
had to
on
get
the
some
host.
sleep.
Before like all the children call.
Yeah.
And Greg, well done on the hosting job duties, mate. You've done a fantastic job.
Oh, thank you. It was a rookie effort, but I survived.
No.
You never hosted a live stream before?
No, not host. It's not even my channel, but like because he's out of town, I took over the hosting duties. So
Yeah.
Great job.
Well, let me just say, you did better than I did when I had to host the full Aussie.
do you want me to boomer the exit? Like leave the studio instead of to make you feel better about doing that? I'll hit
Yeah. Leave studio instead of end broadcast. End the stream. Oh, that was bad.
Did you leave it on?
Oh man,
he
it
came
took
back,
me
right?
it took me a while to trigger what I'd done because no one was there, and I'm now out of the stream. Like, what happened? Normally, when you end the stream, there's still everybody there. So it took me a while to twig on what I did, and I jumped back in eventually, and then.
Oh, we were all
ended the
laughing.
stream. Yeah, it was funny. But again, thank you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you to the chat. It's been again a great show, and yeah, Greg, I'll leave the rest up to you, mate. You can finish it up from here.
Okay, so do you want me to hit end broadcast or leave studio?
No, well, you're gonna play our thing. Oh, just quickly.
Oh, I don't know how to time that. Oh yeah, next week we are not going to have our show. Kind of that little programming reminder.
So next
Is it for
week there is
Father's Day?
No, it's Is it? I don't know. Is it Father's Day over there?
No, I thought it was
No, that's
Father's
in
Day
June.
for you.
No, it's Father's Day for me today.
Oh, today. Okay.
But even if I wasn't streaming, I can't even go and see my dad. So it's stupid.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it sucks.
So no, the reason why next week is because Jeff has got a few things on. We weren't going to do today, but then we thought if we don't do 2 in a row, that's not good. So we decided to do this one, and we're not going to do next week. So unfortunately, there will be no show next week. I just want to quickly give myself a little plug for a few things. The episode, what episode am I up to? 8 of the Disney Star Wars continuity. That will be coming out this week on Hyperspace. And then I think I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be putting a little pause on that series for a second so I can go back, rewatch The Mandalorian, give my thoughts and reviews on those episodes as we've got the season 2 coming up in 2 months? End of October, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. So, and then I'll hopefully do reviews for each episode as they come. And then we'll get straight back into the Disney Star Wars continuity series. So just, stay tuned for all of that.
I liked your Hux one.
Yeah, good stuff.
Thanks. Some of them are really fun to make. Yeah. There was one that I did, I think it was the Kylo Ren one, where I used the name too much and it kind of took, I don't know. But yeah, thanks.
All right, I have no idea how to time the exit video, so I don't know if I'm even going to try that. Well, maybe we'll give it a shot. What's the worst that'll happen, right?
Yeah, that's right. May as well do it.
Except for I have to find the damn thing now.
All 18 people will be able to see it. So
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, you can't really organize these clips in StreamYard very well. Like, I wish you could do like folders and subfolders so you could categorize them, but
no.
And hopefully that'll come in the future. I did find the clips, so thank you everybody for watching. Remember, no episode next week, so we'll see you the week after that.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
We are tonight's entertainment.
That's what she said.
What? Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Who's scruffy looking?
You're demoted.
We're still live.
No, the best thing to do